Chapter 258, Strike of Thunder. Chapter 258, Strike of Thunder. Lin Ming can actually control the power of thunder. He is a thunder attribute martial artist. This is his hidden card. Look how thick those electric snakes are. That's probably a 5th, or even 6th grade fusion. The audience discussed amongst themselves. To the disciples of the 7 profound valleys, a thunder attribute martial artist wasn't too rare. What was rare was a 6th grade fusion thunder attribute martial artist. In the grand hall of the 7 profound valleys, Mu Qinghong smiled as she looked at the electric snakes that coiled round Lin Ming. This little kid actually waited until the finals to use the power of thunder. At this point, she was completely positive of Lin Ming's identity. According to the description from Mu Qianyu, Lin Ming's symbol was his power of thunder. Mu Qianyu speculated that Lin Ming's thunder origin energy fusion compatibility was no less amazing than hers. It was 7th grade or above. This was simply a monstrous talent. Regardless of whether it was Lin Ming's martial intent or his combat ability that allowed him to jump realms when fighting, just his talent in thunder attribute origin energy was enough for a large sect to raise him with massive amounts of resources. Mu Qinghong shot a glance at Shizongtian sitting by her side. He didn't seem to have any special reaction. Mu Qinghong's mouth curved in a smile. If Shizongtian knew that Lin Ming controlled a purple flood dragon divine thunder level thunder soul, then he probably would be shocked out of his seat. In the center of the martial stage, Lin Ming's entire body was wrapped in electric snakes. His hair wantonly danced in the wind. He looked just like a demonic war god that crashed down from the heavens in a hail of thunderous fury. The power of thunder is the absolute counter to ghosts and yin energy. Every time you use your Acacia faction's cultivation methods, the crying ghosts you produce will be restrained by my power. I'd like to see just how you'll stop this. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the lightning twined endlessly around his body in a dazzling purple visual display. He was just like a purple sun, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly reached the limit of his speed. On the martial stage, Lin Ming soared around, a series of shadows following in his wake. In every shadow, there were purple arcs of thunder that sparkled within. Zzz. The savage power of thunder was like a vorpal sword as it stabbed towards Ouyang Zifeng. Zheng. Ouyang Zifeng pulled out his treasure sword from the snakeskin scabbard. This treasure sword was 4 feet long and completely blood-red. Ouyang Zifeng had drawn his sword. Ouyang Zifeng believed in his own ability. There was only one person who had managed to force him to draw his sword, and that was at the finale of the battle. But now, Lin Ming had managed to do so in just one move, and Ouyang Zifeng was unable to shoulder the result. Not to mention not drawing his sword, even if he did, he might not be able to block this strike. Ouyang Zifeng also rushed forwards at the limit of his speed. The sharp sword and power of thunder collided again and again in fiercely brutal strikes. Peng peng peng. The audience could only see the blurred shadows of 2 people, and the flashing of purple lightning on the stage. What's happening on stage? Who's winning? I don't know. Since Lin Ming can force Ouyang Zifeng to draw his sword, then he has some ability. Lin Ming shouldn't be much inferior to Ouyang Zifeng. He might be able to persist for some time. Inferior? Persist for some time? You think that our 36 countries Lin Ming is inferior? You idiot, just wait and see. Ouyang Zifeng is nothing but a side dish. The one who refuted was a martial artist from the 36 countries. These past days, the martial artists of the 36 countries had been bullied by the 7 profound valleys. Now that they had an opportunity to be proud and gloat, they naturally would not miss it. Humph. It's too early for you to be happy. Even if Ouyang Zifeng cannot defeat Lin Ming, they won't differ by much. Wait for our direct disciples to go on stage and then you will know what it means to despair. Hearing the title of the 7 direct disciples, the martial artist from the 36 countries couldn't say anything. The 7 direct disciples were simply too formidable. Even though he had full confidence in Lin Ming, he didn't believe Lin Ming could defeat them. The martial artist mumbled some more trash talk and then no longer spoke. On the martial stage, Ouyang Zifeng was only defending, not attacking at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to go on the offensive, it was that he couldn't. Any yin qi that he gathered around him was instantly dispelled by the lightning shocks. In this fierce battle, his true essence reserves were quickly depleting. This fellow is releasing so much power of thunder, his energy consumption rate has to be higher than mine. As long as I can last a bit longer, the one who loses won't be me. Ouyang Zifeng had just thought of this idea when Lin Ming suddenly sarcastically said, "You can only hide. I'm waiting for your so-called hidden card. If you don't use it now, you might not have the opportunity to use it later." Lin Ming's right hand suddenly formed into a fist. Thick purple electric snakes completely gathered on his fist, forming a blinding purple light. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments violently surged outwards, interweaving with the power of thunder and transforming into a deep purple. This was the union of body-tearing bone-shattering fist and the power of thunder. Insolence! Ouyang stimulated his true essence, and a purple flame shot up his long sword. The wails of ghosts emitted from the sword blade. Nether strike! Ouyang Zifeng suppressed the numb feeling that the power of lightning was causing and stabbed out with his sword. A horrible-looking ghost face appeared on the purple flaming blade piercing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even glance at it, he only punched out. Bang! 5,000 pure purple vibrating true essence filaments rushed forwards like vicious purple flood dragons. They crashed into the ghostly face, directly shredding it to bit. Right after, the purple thunder-imbued true essence broke open Ouyang Zifeng's protective yin qi, and then sunk into his body, overwhelming him. Ouyang Zifeng's body shook, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He was sent soaring back dozens of feet into the air, tumbling back even after he landed. He was finally able to barely stop himself as he knelt down on his knees, propping himself up with his sword and wiping the blood from his mouth. In that moment, Ouyang Zifeng felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. He almost thought he would die. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and purple true essence ran out from Ouyang Zifeng's body, returning to his hand. After he had absorbed the purple blood dragon divine thunder, he had gained the ability to consciously imbue his true essence with the power of thunder. Of course, he could also contain the power of thunder within his body-tearing bone-shattering fist. Lin Ming, victory. The referee elder looked deeply at Lin Ming as he announced the result. If Lin Ming could defeat Ouyang Zifeng, that proved he had an enormous chance to reach the top 10. For a 16-year-old boy from the 36 countries, this was a result that both shocked and terrified everyone. Lin Ming turned around to leave the martial stage. Lin Ming fought Ouyang Zifeng for a short period of time, but ultimately Lin Ming won by overwhelming superior power. Ouyang Zifeng was also defeated. Will a country bumpkin martial artist from the 36 countries really reach the top 10 rankings? This fellow already injured Ouyang Zifeng's little brother Ouyang Ziyun at Desert Flower Hall, to the point where he couldn't participate in the competition. Now he has defeated Ouyang Zifeng. He is really bullying them to the extreme. His bullying has even reached their front door. Seeing the chances of Lin Ming reaching the top 10 increase, many disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys were either unwilling or unconvinced of seeing this happen. Most of them had been born in the 7 Profound Valleys. They had an innate sense of superiority and looked down on martial artists from the 36 countries and 16 martial families. But now, they had been eliminated, and yet there was some damn boy from the 36 countries that actually wanted to compete for the top 10. This was just like a crown prince who was suddenly slapped by an upstart brat that came from a village. It had to be known that being in the top 10 of the total faction martial meeting meant great honor and enormous rewards. This also meant that later they would obtain the valuable resources and vigorous support of the sect. This was a situation that many disciples longed for in their dreams. If they could become a core disciple, not only would their cultivation grow by leaps and bounds, but they would be able to freely choose from the beautiful female disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. Perhaps because of true essence tempering their bodies, a female martial artist with martial talent would have an exquisite beauty. Especially the disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys Mirage faction and Zither faction, their beauty was simply startling and much more charming and alluring than those rouge-covered women of the common land. They wouldn't mind or say anything if one of the 7 direct disciples or a core disciple was in the top 10, but now a country bumpkin martial artist from the 36 countries also wanted to reach the top 10. The top 10 ranking disciples were destined to enter the total faction and qualify as core disciples. These disciples of the 7 profound valleys could only think that in the future, Lin Ming would divide their resources and enjoy their women. How could they swallow this feeling? This was called envy, jealousy, hatred, and was the best way to portray the current feelings running through their hearts. Just wait. His climb up won't last much longer. The Acacia faction's direct disciple Ouyang Ming is good friends with Ouyang Zifeng. He will definitely help Ouyang Zifeng return this favor. If Lin Ming is seriously injured, I want to see just how he will struggle for the top 10. Those that were eliminated by a direct disciple could only curse in their hearts and accept their fate. The 7 Profound Valleys disciples hoped that Lin Ming would be so injured that he couldn't fight again. After Lin Ming left, the referee announced the next match, Jiang Lanjian against Sun Lin. With this, the entire audience began to seethe with excitement. This was in stark contrast to the tepid reaction that Lin Ming had received a moment ago. In the 7 Profound Valleys, Jiang Lanjian's reputation was no less than those of the 7 direct disciples. There were also many people that thought he was superior to some of the weaker direct disciples. For instance, they believed he was stronger than the Refiner faction's Han Yang Luo, or the Array faction's Fang Qi. After all, the Refiner faction and Array faction had to spend a massive amount of time and effort on their auxiliary skills. Their cultivation methods weren't as powerful in terms of combat, they were best applied towards refining and array formations. Because of this, they could not compare to Jiang Lanjian, who walked the path of swordsmanship and pursued the strongest offensive power. Jiang Lanjian walked unstage. He wore the black clothes he constantly wore, and he carried a 3-foot-6-inch treasure sword. As he stood at the center of the martial stage, it was as if he were a bright sword, gleaming cold and emitting a threatening combative air. Jiang Lanjian's opponent Sun Lin was from the Refiner faction. He was the second-ranked disciple of the Refiner faction's younger generation, only inferior to the direct disciple, Han Yang Luo. Sun Lin had participated in the last total faction martial meeting and had reached rank 22. Now, his cultivation had increased and he entered the finals undefeated. During this martial meeting he would undoubtedly reach the top 20. He even had some hopes of reaching the top 10. Sword faction disciple Jiang Lanjian, please advise. Regardless of who he faced, Jiang Lanjian would always perform a polite sword ceremony before a match. Senior apprentice brother Jiang, please advise. I've made enormous progress these last 3 years. I won't be so easy to deal with. Sun Lin smiled as he said this. To maintain a smile in front of Jiang Lanjian was also a form of great self-confidence. As Sun Lin spoke, he extracted a claymore from his spatial ring. This claymore was colored like burning flames, and was 4 feet long. As the sword was pulled out from its scabbard, a shimmering flame ignited on the blade, a torrid heat wave rolling outwards. Some of those that were close in the audience couldn't help but step back. Just the heat wave itself has so much power. This Sun Lin is also not ordinary, he might not even be any worse than that Lin Ming from a moment ago. This year's Total Faction Martial Meeting is truly bursting with talent. Not only are there 2 talents from the 36 countries and 16 martial families, but even our 7 Profound Valleys talents have surpassed the past. Chapter 259 Puppet Faction. Chapter 259 Puppet Faction. Chapter 259 Puppet Faction. Look at how scorching hot the flames on Sun Lin's sword are. Maybe his hollow flame essence has already been strengthened to the 1000-year rank. It's just too abnormal. A flame essence was an immortal fire that would never extinguish, but a hollow flame essence was not. If a hollow flame essence wasn't augmented with fire origin energy for a long enough period of time, then the hollow flame essence would gradually weaken until it finally withered into nothingness. Of course, the more powerful a hollow flame essence was, the longer it would take until it began to fade away. As for a weak hollow flame essence, a 1000-year rank meant that it could naturally exist in perpetuity for 1000 years after a supply of fire origin energy was cut off from it. 1000 years was a fairly long period of time. The 7 Profound Valleys only had a heritage of 600 years. Even for the core disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys who had a massive amount of resources, a flame essence was extremely extravagant, to the point of being unattainable. Having a 1,000-year rank hollow flame essence was a high honor. How many moves do you think it will take for senior apprentice brother Jiang to win? Not sure. I think around 10 moves, or it could even go up to 20. Although Sun Lin had showed a considerable improvement in strength, the disciples present still favored Jiang Lanjian as before. Senior apprentice brother Jiang. Take my move, violent flame rising heat. On the martial stage, Sun Lin struck out with his most famous technique. The sound of whistling flames and a roaring combustion filled the air, and a rain of crimson flames surged forth from Sun Lin's blade, covering the skies before rolling towards Jiang Lanjian. What was strange was that these flames didn't form snakes of fire like normal flames would, but instead condensed into sharp arrows of fire. Abyssal flames. It's the high-grade human step abyssal flames. Sun Lin actually managed to get his hands on this kind of fire in order to nourish his hollow flame essence. A disciple of the refiner faction couldn't help but cry out in jealousy as his eyes filled with envy and greed. Obviously, the abyssal flames had given him a great shock. This sort of high-grade human step flame was definitely not something that Sun Lin would have been able to obtain by himself. There was only one possibility, that this was granted to him by the refiner faction. This was the privilege and advantage that a core disciple held. A common disciple would never in 100 years be given such a high-grade human step flame to refine into their hollow flame essence. Facing this crimson rain of fire, Jiang Lanjian was calm as usual as he pulled his longsword out of its scabbard. This deep green blade was 3 fingers wide, and seemed simple and unthreatening. It was just like a long leek leaf, completely unremarkable. Sword to the cloudy sky. Jiang Lanjian slashed out with his sword, his movements so fast that his hands were nothing but a blur. There was only a green flash of light, as if a green dragon was soaring into the sky. The sword energy brutally struck the rain of fire arrows, and with a series of popping sounds, the rain of crimson fire vanished in the air. The aftermath created a brilliant bloom of sparks just like a hail of summer fireworks that obscured the audience's eyes. Before the audience even had a chance to react, Jiang Lanjian's blade shot forth. This blade whistled with a sharp explosive sound as it thrust towards Sun Lin's chest. Violent flame wall. Sun Lin was surprised. He hadn't expected his violent flame-rising heat to injure Jiang Lanjian, but he also hadn't expected his move to be so easily broken. As Sun Lin retreated in a panic, he threw up walls of flame that surrounded him. Hoo hoo hoo. 3 consecutive walls of flame rose into the air in front of him, each more vibrant than the last. Massive tongues of crimson flames shot out dozens of feet into the sky. Break. Jiang Lanjian slashed out with his long sword, and the sword energy cut straight through with a peerless momentum, completely dividing all 3 flame walls and even the martial stage. Jiang Lanjian slashed out one more time with his sword, and all of the flames were then blown out by the sword wind. Jiang Lanjian's speed instantly peaked to the extreme. In the next moment, a green form had already appeared in front of Sun Lin. Sun Lin's face instantly paled. Sword light rose up. Peng. Sun Lin's bodily true essence protection was broken, and he was sent flying off stage, his face pallid. Once Jiang Lanjian had approached him, Sun Lin didn't have any chances of being able to resist. After all, he was just a disciple of the refiner faction. Although he used a sword, he couldn't be considered a swordsman. His sword was more of an instrument that was used to display his flame attacks. But Jiang Lanjian was different. His sword was his lifeblood, his most cherished possession and friend. With sword and human united as one, there was no path he could not tread. Jiang Lanjian, victory. The referee elder was also surprised. 3 sword moves to defeat the enemy. And Sun Lin wasn't some weakling either, but he had lost so thoroughly. Jiang Lanjian's strength was too terrifying. If nothing went wrong, then his strength already surpassed even some of the direct disciples. It had to be known that he wasn't even the direct disciple of the sword faction. How powerful was the sword faction's #1 master of the younger generation, Jiang Baoyun? It was simply unimaginable. In the audience, the ordinary disciples were shaken with awe. Jiang Lanjian was too formidable. Even the direct disciple of the Array faction, Fang Qi, had an ugly complexion. If that was Jiang Lanjian's complete strength that he had displayed a moment ago, then Fang Qi would be able to barely deal with it. But if it wasn't, then he was in a dangerous situation. If he, as one of the 7 direct disciples, lost to the second-ranked disciple of the sword faction, then he would lose too much face. It wasn't only Fang Qi. Ouyang Ming and Huan Xiaodai also weren't looking too well. For now, these two weren't worrying about Jiang Lanjian. Instead, they were thinking about Jiang Baoyun. Although they may not have a grasp on Jiang Lanjian's true strength, the sword faction certainly would. If such a fierce disciple like Jiang Lanjian was only the second-ranked disciple, then that proved that Jiang Baoyun was stronger than Jiang Lanjian. Good. Very good. At this time, Ouyang Ming suddenly heard a gloomy cackling voice sound out that made his scalp tingle. He turned his head and saw a razor-thin youth whose body was like a stick of wood, and completely covered in bandages, slyly grinning. Seeing this dried-up mummy suddenly appear at his side, Ouyang Ming felt very uncomfortable. He frowned. Mugu Buyu, what are you smiling about? Jeje Jehei, to have such an opponent, why would I not be excited? The mummy stretched out his horrifyingly long tongue to lick his lips, his eyes shining with a strange light. He was just like a dried-up vampire that saw a tasty prey. It really made one shudder looking at him. This mummy had a very strange name. His surname was Mugu, and he was called Buyu. He was not someone from the South Horizon region, but rather originated from the incomparably far extreme western region. 600 years ago, a man named Mugu Yenjua from the extreme western region came to the South Horizon region's 7 profound territory through a super long-distance transmission array. This man was the founder of the 7 Profound Valleys puppet faction. The puppet faction was the most mysterious and mystical faction within the 7 Profound Valleys. Every disciple of the puppet faction had one last name, Mugu. They never took in disciples that didn't share this name. Although they were a faction of the 7 Profound Valleys sect, in truth, they were more like a family clan. The number of people within the puppet faction was scant even compared to the Zither faction or Mirage faction. The puppet faction only had a third of the population of either of those two factions. But still, no other faction dared to look down or underestimate the puppet faction. This was because the combat prowess of the puppet faction disciples was too varied and powerful. Not only that, but they were united in solidarity. During this total faction martial meeting, the puppet faction only sent out 2 disciples, one Mugu Buyu, and one Mugu Jirong. Both of these disciples had swept past their groups with total victory. Of these 2, Mugu Buyu was the direct disciple of the puppet faction. His moves and style was strange, peculiar, and his power was unpredictable. It simply could not be measured. Ouyang Ming would rather fight with Jiang Baoyun than deal with this freakish mummy. Mugu Jirong wasn't much worse. He would definitely be able to firmly reach the top 10. Even the array faction's Fang Qi might not be Mugu Jirong's match. The puppet faction was just too strange. Their faction had their beliefs and religion, and they seemed to worship some god that stemmed from the western region. Everything they did was shrouded in mystery. Their faction was located 1,000 miles away from the 7 Profound Valleys' highest peak, in the depths of the Profound Sky Mountain range. That area was desolate and uninhabited, and wild packs of mighty vicious beasts roamed everywhere. The puppet faction did not use the resources of the 7 Profound Valleys, and they also didn't turn in any resources to the 7 Profound Valleys. Occasionally, they would use some resources, but they would do so with equal exchange. It could be said that the puppet faction was a very strong independent entity that existed within the 7 Profound Valleys. They rarely contacted the other 6 factions. As for the orders of the Valley Master, they would listen but they might not follow. Everyone within the 7 Profound Valleys understood one thing, that was that the disciples of the puppet faction could not be provoked. This wasn't just because they were powerful or mysterious, but they were extremely serious in concealing their flaws. If the Sword faction was the most powerful offensive faction within the 7 Profound Valleys, then the puppet faction was the most difficult to deal with. No one wished to fight them. This wasn't only because of their strange abilities, but moreover, once you were killed, there was a very high chance you would be turned into a puppet. This was the reason why even someone as prominent and glorious as Ouyang Ming felt creeped out and his scalp tingle when he saw Mugu Buyu. He knew that the bag that Mugu Buyu carried with him was made from the skin of a Xiantian realm master, and that there was also a human puppet sleeping within that was made from the corpse of a peak Hutian realm master. Jiang Baoyun, you have bad luck now. Mugu Buyu licked his lips as he looked at Jiang Baoyun. As Ouyang Ming saw this, he felt gleeful. Ouyang Ming didn't have full confidence he could defeat Jiang Baoyun. And against this freakish fellow who didn't seem like a human or a ghost, he was even less sure. If these two fought and wounded each other, that would be the happiest win-win situation for him. After Jiang Lanjian's match, 3 consecutive direct disciples went on stage. All of them were able to defeat their opponents in 3 moves or less. At this time, the atmosphere of the martial artists in the audience was reaching a furious climax. The 7 direct disciples had a sky-high popularity. As Qin Wuxin walked on stage, the martial field resounded with shouts and cries from love-struck men. Qin Wuxin will win. Senior apprentice Sister Qin, you can do it. Senior apprentice Qin, I love you. All sorts of loud and chaotic sounds and voices echoed, but Qin Wuxin only held her zither as she stood there, simply unaffected by her surroundings. She was wearing a pure white dress, and as a cool wind breezed past her, it sent her dress fluttering in the wind. From top to bottom, she emitted an otherworldly aura. Her opponent was Jing Chanyu. Jing Chanyu's face was covered with the veil like before, and she was wearing a bright yellow dress, looking like a quiet, untouched beauty. As these 2 beauties with different styles stood together, it naturally attracted the attention of many, many, many men. To them, the fight itself was less important than being able to see 2 such exquisite women. You are not my match. Qin Wuxin said with indifference. I know. But since I've entered the first tier, I naturally will not miss the opportunity to fight the direct disciples. Jing Chanyu proudly raised her head. Although she had been completely defeated by Fang Qi, she still wasn't depressed. She was confident that in the future she would be able to catch up with them a step at a time, until she finally surpassed them. But now, what she wanted to know was just how wide the gap was between them and her. Then, let me fulfill your wish, Qin Wuxin said with an impassive expression. Listen to the melody of my zither. Her delicate fingers touched upon the long strings of her zither, and heavenly notes began to flow forth like a mountain stream, resonating in the air. Chapter 260 Allow me 3 moves. Chapter 260 Allow me 3 moves. Chapter 260 Allow me 3 moves. The sweet dulcet tones of the zither echoed crisply on stage. Even those people that were sitting in the 7 Profound Valleys Grand Hall were able to clearly hear the melody. Why the hell would I want to listen to your zither music? Jing Chanyu coldly snorted and sealed off her ears with true essence. She didn't need to be a genius to know that there was something strange about this zither music. Jing Chanyu pushed her true essence to the extreme. Facing someone like Qin Wuxin, she had to have the mindset of going all out from the start. Otherwise even the smallest chance of resisting would slip through her fingers. The thick yellow defensive barrier surrounded her. Jing Chanyu hadn't even moved. Her palm was like a saber, she was preparing to use the Halcyon Reflection Great Wisdom Palm. This was also the strongest instant martial skill in her repertoire. However, just as she was ready to strike out, her body suddenly froze. Her eyes opened incredibly wide. The absolute defense that she was proud of and had poured all of her true essence into suddenly began to inexplicably crack. A single crack had just appeared, and then it instantly covered her entire defense. Peng! There was a loud shattering sound, and her tenacious defensive shell was shattered like brittle glass thrown to the floor. Particles of her lingering true essence began to float down. Jing Chanyu was shocked. Her true essence protection was broken, and yet she hadn't even been attacked. She didn't even know what sort of attack was used to shatter her defense. All she could hear were the tempting melodies still ringing in her ears, just like a gentle mountain stream. There wasn't a hint of murderous intent at all. But yet her defensive barrier had instantly cracked like an elephant stepping on a fragile eggshell. Did the attack come from the gentle zither sounds? I admit defeat. Jing Chanyu closed both her eyes and bitterly smiled. She had only wanted to see how great the disparity was between them, but now it seemed as if she wasn't even able to estimate the gap. From the beginning to the end, Qin Wuxin had only inadvertently glanced at her. There weren't even any true essence fluctuations from her body. Although Jing Chanyu knew that she would definitely lose, she didn't imagine she would lose in a way where she hadn't even been able to perceive her opponent's attack. Qin Wuxin, victory. The referee announced with no suspense. Lin Ming inhaled a deep breath of cold air. This Qin Wuxin was simply too terrifying. Lin Ming had an extremely formidable perception. He was able to keenly capture each and every true essence fluctuation in the air. Qin Wuxin's precision and control of her true essence was enough to make his blood boil. It was simply outrageous. Even though Lin Ming knew flow like silk and had achieved a nuanced level of control over his true essence, he had to admit that even he couldn't achieve something like what Qin Wuxin did. Qin Wuxin had fused true essence into her sound waves and focused the full force of that to attack Jing Chanyu's protective barrier, instantly crushing it. Her true essence didn't even have the least bit of spillover, so Jing Chanyu hadn't been injured. Most people probably wouldn't even have noticed anything strange. The Zither faction's cultivation method really surprised me. Lin Ming knew that a sound wave was in truth a form of vibration. If true essence was contained in the sound wave, that meant that the true essence would vibrate. This was achieving the exact same result as the chaotic virtues combat meridians flow like silk, but only with a different method. Flow like silk was to adjust the breathing rate of all the tiny units in the body and cause one's true essence to vibrate. But the Zither faction's cultivation method was to integrate true essence to the acoustic vibrations, and achieve the effect of true essence vibration along the sound waves. From this point, the Zither faction's cultivation method manual was far inferior to the chaotic virtues combat meridians. But to a certain extent, the Zither faction's cultivation method was able to achieve a similar effect to flow like silk, for instance, ignoring all defensive barriers. Lin Ming had used a fist to crush Jing Chanyu's defensive barrier. Qin Wuxin was the same. I really can't underestimate the heroes of the world. Sky Spill continent still has an inheritance of tens of thousands of years. Naturally, countless geniuses must have emerged. Although they are far less profound and formidable than the realm of the gods, they aren't much worse in certain aspect. As Lin Ming was thinking, he hadn't noticed that the first round of the finals was over, and the second round was soon beginning. As for the first match, Lin Ming was in it. First match, Lin Ming against Fang Qi. When the referee announced the names of the contestants for the first match, Lin Ming was surprised. Fang Qi was one of the 7 direct disciples. Although he knew that the direct disciples of the Array faction and Refiner faction were the weakest of the 7, for better or worse he was still a direct disciple. He hadn't imagined that of the 29 matches, he would encounter a direct disciple on the second round. Thinking this, Lin Ming wryly smiled and shook his head. This was normal. After all, he wasn't a seeded player, so there was no way he would be left for the finals. In his first few matches, he would inevitably run into direct disciples or someone on the level of Jiang Lanjian. Relatively speaking, starting out with Fang Qi was pretty nice too. Fang Qi smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. We missed each other in the group stage, but in the end, we play against each other in the second round. Your luck is quite bad to meet me here. It's already quite good that you can maintain your string of undefeated victories up to now. This round, there are only 15 people left that can claim total victory. Of course, your lucky run must now come to an end. Lin Ming cheekily smiled, flashing his brilliant white teeth. I think I'm quite lucky. I ran into you instead of someone good, like Jiang Baoyun or Ouyang Ming. This situation isn't too bad. As soon as Fang Qi heard Lin Ming's taunt, his face immediately sank. He admitted that he was inferior to Jiang Baoyun and those like him, but even so, it wasn't up to some rural martial artist bumpkin from the 36 countries like Lin Ming to provoke him. Just what sort of qualifications did he have to look down on him? Good. What an extremely arrogant tone. I had been prepared to show you some mercy on behalf of us having been in the same group, but now that you have so much confidence, don't blame me if you are severely wounded. Fang Qi coldly snorted, his feet moved, and then he appeared on stage. The audience immediately roared with cheers and cries. In order to increase their momentum, the disciples of the Array faction had even drawn up miniature voice amplifying array formations to increase the loudness of their cheers. This sort of small array formation was a piece of cake even for the minor Array faction disciples. Naturally, Fang Qi's cheers directly impacted into the sky. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them earth-shaking. Fang Qi. Fang Qi. Fang Qi, you gotta win. Especially those disciples that were envious, jealous, and hateful of Lin Ming having the qualifications to compete for the top 10. These disciples were shouting out until their throats were sore. Kill him. Destroy him. Ruin that loser. Down with the country hick. This was the superiority of home field advantage. Standing on stage, Lin Ming had become public enemy number 1. The weak cheers that came from the 36 countries' martial artists soon passed. Even though they also came from the 36 countries, over 90% of them didn't believe that Lin Ming could win. The power, prestige, and fame that the title of direct disciple had acquired over time was just too heavy. Even Qin Zia had a solemn expression. He hadn't thought that Lin Ming would encounter a direct disciple so soon. At this moment, a true essence sound transmission rang in Lin Ming's ear. You have to defeat him, please. Lin Ming turned around and was surprised to see the veiled Jing Chanyu standing 200 feet away, looking at him with wide eyes, full of hope and expectation for him. Lin Ming smiled and glanced at the audience. He saw that many of martial artists from the 36 countries were staring at him, their fists tightly clenched, a similar look of hope and desire coloring their face. They didn't cheer loudly like the disciples of the 7 profound valleys, but were instead quietly sitting there with fists gripped tight. Maybe it wasn't because they didn't want to cheer, but rather because they didn't have the energy and confidence to. The martial artists from the 36 countries had an inferiority complex that was beat into their bones. It simply could not be erased. The foundation and resources of the 36 countries were scarce. 90% of their resources had to be delivered as tribute to the 7 profound valleys. How many martial artists had ended up with hidden wounds in their body because they couldn't afford or find the medicinal herbs to cure themselves, and finally ended up a lifelong cripple? How many artists had risked their lives hunting vicious beasts in the jungle in order to obtain a few dozen taels of gold? How many were hunting for those basic vicious beast materials that the disciples of these large sects would never care for? Because of lack of heritage and legacy, how many martial artists ended up practicing subpar second-rate inferior cultivation methods? How many martial artists, in order to reach that fabled pulse condensation realm, had struggled for a lifetime, only to end up with nothing but despair? And yet, the martial artists of the 7 profound valleys were born with a superior advantage. They ate rare spirit vegetables and high-quality vicious beast meat that ordinary martial artists could only dream of. They had the best treasures, they had pure true essence stones, they could study the core inheritances that came from a large sect, they had the top cultivation methods, they had medicinal herbs aiding and tempering their bodies since birth, as well as all sorts of miracle medicines at their disposal. Even if they were stupid like pigs, and spent each day lazing around like gluttons and doing nothing at all, by the virtue of their birth they could easily reach at least the pulse condensation period. The 7 profound valleys' direct disciples were the pinnacle existence of these characters, and also their representatives. This battle against Fang Qi represented not just Lin Ming, but all of the hopes and dreams of the martial artists from the 36 countries who felt inferiority in their bones. Lin Ming was their weapon to declare war on the direct disciples. The reason these disciples of the 7 profound valleys were cheering like crazed madmen was because they hoped that Fang Qi would maliciously destroy Lin Ming. In their hearts, the martial artists of the 36 countries were nothing but beggars begging for alms. How could they tolerate these martial artists surpassing them? How could they tolerate these martial artists stepping on them, violating their inborn sense of superiority and dignity? Lin Ming took a deep breath and his expression became earnest, filled with a righteous solemnity. Not too long ago, he had been one of these common martial artists. If he hadn't accidentally experienced a massive twist of luck, then he might also be risking his life to hunt dangerous vicious beasts in the jungle. He would also be practicing with all his mind and heart only to leave hidden wounds in his body. He wouldn't even have a decent cultivation method. This match, I will absolutely win. Not only I will win with force, so that I can take back all the wrongs that have been done to the martial artists of the 36 countries. This is our justice. Lin Ming clenched his fists, and the tiny units within his body began to resonate together. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments condensed on his fist, perfectly melding with the power of thunder. At this time, the referee hadn't even announced the start of the match. Fang Qi noticed true essence fluctuating on Lin Ming's body. He laughed and said, "Are you nervous? Whatever you are planning in advance will not change the end result. In fact, you don't even need to prepare. After the match starts, I will allow you 3 moves. You will have plenty of time to do whatever you want." Lin Ming icily said, "I do not need anything from you. Haha, facing you country bumpkin martial artists from the 36 countries, if I cannot allow you 3 moves, then what kind of direct disciple would I be?" Fang Qi's voice penetrated out to the farthest corners, as if there was a faint array formation helping it. It could even be clearly heard over the deafening cheers of the audience. "Fang Qi, well done. Give him 3 moves. Show him the disparity between him and us. This countryside loser needs to go home and eat rice. He wants to reach the top 10? What an idiot. Take a good look at yourself. What sort of qualifications do you think you have?" Chapter 261 What They Call Disparity. Chapter 261 What They Call Disparity. Chapter 261 What They Call Disparity. Lin Ming was deaf to all the raucous sounds and cheers around him. "Allow me 3 moves? Good. Then I'll kindly welcome your generous offer. I'll see if after these 3 moves, you still have a chance to make one of your own. Match, start." The referee announced the long-awaited words that the audience had been hoping for. Lin Ming didn't instantly move the second the match began. Rather, faint purple-hued true essence twined down his right fist, filling with electric flashes and sparks that crackled in the air. There was even the faint sound of a flood dragon's majestic roar. Fang Qi smiled, his face completely filled with utter confidence. He reached out his hand and drew a line, and a golden symbol appeared out of thin air. During the group stages, Fang Qi had faced off against the refiner faction disciple Zhu Yang, and was able to use this symbol to instantly devour the burning flames that were released. Fang Qi had plenty of confidence that besides the other abnormal direct disciples, there was no one else capable of breaking it. There was a self-contained independent mini-dimension within that could transfer and contain attacks. Only an extreme force that exceeded its capacity could break it, otherwise, there was no attack that could harm Fang Qi. The reason that Fang Qi had so carelessly said he would allow Lin Ming 3 moves was because he relied on this small symbol array. If this small symbol array was able to block all 3 of Lin Ming's moves, would he still have the face to continue fighting? Fang Qi was looking forward to that time, and he would thoroughly savor the expression on Lin Ming's face. It would be just like when he had told Jing Chanyu that he would defeat her within 5 breaths of time. Even though she had resisted as hard as she could, Fang Qi had still stomped down on any resistance she had. To him, this was truly the best feeling. At this moment in the audience, Jing Chanyu was nervously wringing her hands together. She also recognized this symbol array, and feared that Lin Ming would follow in her footsteps. If this happened, it would be a serious blow towards his self-confidence and heart of martial arts. Could Lin Ming break open Fang Qi's symbol array and end his curse in 3 moves? At least, he could make Fang Qi panic and wipe that look of disdain off his face. Holding that shining symbol array in his hands, Fang Qi laughed and said, "Aren't you ready? I'm waiting for you to prepare." Suddenly Lin Ming devilishly grinned, and both of his feet tread the floor, the tiles breaking under his feet, his body becoming nothing but a series of shadows. Lin Ming's right fist contained the vast, indomitable tyranny of the power of thunder. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments surged outwards like 5,000 vicious flood dragons. The air around his brutal fist began to howl and cry as wind itself was torn apart. Ka 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 ka. The ground began to shake as swirls of air lifted the shattered debris. Furious waves of true essence plowed a deep groove into the stage floor. A punch shot out. A fist to overwhelm the heavens and earth. Facing such an unstoppable momentum, even Fang Qi felt inexplicably weak at heart. But he knew that for better or worse, he was still a direct disciple. This spatial transference array was one of the core techniques of the array faction. How could it not block Lin Ming? Thinking this, Fang Qi regained his confidence. He flung the golden circle symbol out. In the end, he wasn't too sure. He didn't dare intercept Lin Ming's fist at a close distance. Ha! Lin Ming loudly shouted, and his right fist savagely smashed into the golden symbol array. Vibrating true essence erupted. Catcher! With an explosive sound, a visible fist energy popped open the golden symbol array just like a foot smashing down on an egg. It was shattered into bits. Yet the force of Lin Ming's fist hadn't even been reduced. It pounded out towards Fang Qi as before. Fang Qi completely failed. How was this possible? In a panic, Fang Qi quickly pulled out an array disc from his spatial ring. As this array disc appeared, a brilliant blue light shined outwards. 9 circles of blue light array. A solid blue curtain of light fell down in front of Fang Qi, confronting the energy of Lin Ming's fist. Bang! 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments brutally struck against that blue curtain, sinking into each and every inch of its structure. The blue curtain of light flashed for a moment, and then shattered apart. Although the force of Lin Ming's fist had been greatly reduced, even after shattering the blue light curtain, it still pushed forward. Fang Qi was shocked. He bit down on his tongue and forced out some blood essence, spitting it onto the array disc. In that instant, another blue curtain of light fell down, except this one had a faint tint of blood red. Ka! Lin Ming's fist energy had been reduced by nearly half. As it smashed down on that blue-red tinged light curtain, there was a loud explosion as half the light curtain broke in half, just barely able to maintain itself. After creating the light curtains, Fang Qi's face was wan, his blood tumbling within his body. Because he had to forcibly conjure up some blood essence, he had almost vomited blood. Luckily, he had forcefully swallowed it back down at the last moment. After swallowing back this blood, he was feeling even more sick. He looked completely horrible. Lin Ming's eyebrow arched up. You managed to block it. A direct disciple truly has considerable ability. Then, there are 2 more moves. Listening to Lin Ming's words, Fang Qi's face was ugly, like someone had slapped his mom in front of him. He had actually cheaply promised to allow 3 moves. Who wanted to take moves from such a freak? Just a fist had driven him into using the 9 circles of blue light array. He had even used 2. Because there wasn't enough time to properly draw the second one, he had been forced to use his blood essence. A penalty of 3 moves. If this was a private battle, then he could possibly renege on this promise. But now, all of the disciples of the entire 7 profound valleys were watching. As a direct disciple, there was no way that he could do this. Against these 3 moves, he had to go all out and block them. Otherwise he wouldn't have the face to stay in the 7 profound valleys any longer. It doesn't matter. That should have been his strongest strike just now. Since he was forced to use his trump card, his consumption of energy shouldn't have been small. It's most likely that his next strike will be much weaker. Not only that, but because I had to hastily rush out the defensive barrier, I had a shameful performance. If I'm able to prepare in advance, my situation will be much better. If worst comes to pass, then I'll just have to use my hidden card. Fang Qi consoled himself like this, and his heart gained a bit of courage. The entire Marshall Field Stadium had turned surprisingly quiet. Those loud and brash disciples that had used array formations to amplify their voices to crazily support Fang Qi did not even utter a sound now. They had thought that Fang Qi would be able to easily block the punch. They didn't expect the end result to be like this. Although Fang Qi had held back the tumbling blood in his chest and hadn't lost face by vomiting blood, the audience was not comprised of idiots. They naturally saw that Fang Qi had eaten a small loss. Damn it all. Why aren't we cheering? We have to support our senior apprentice brother. Cheers. Yeah. This time we have to cheer more. That Lin Ming must have used some secret skill in order to have so much power behind his punch. There is no way he can keep doing that. Senior apprentice brother Fang will still win even if he allows 3 moves. Yes. That's the way. How could senior apprentice brother Fang possibly lose? These disciples of the Array faction roused their strength, and were preparing to cheer out again, when suddenly their voices caught in their throats. Several of the disciples had already shouted, and their strangled cries as they stopped midway were just like a chicken whose neck was being twisted. It was an extremely unbecoming and strange sound. The reason for this was that on the martial stage, they saw that Lin Ming had gently swiped his spatial ring, and with a flash of white light, a long shining silver spear appeared in his hand. The heavy profound soft spear had come out. Weapon? He also uses a weapon? Isn't Lin Ming a fist-using martial artist? Why would he have a weapon? The Array faction disciples were stupefied. There weren't many martial artists in the Sky Spill continent that didn't use weapons. However, it wasn't too rare. For instance, Grace Venerate Nations Jingchan Duo, Jing Chanyu and Jing Chansha, only used their palms and finger shadows. They had naturally assumed that Lin Ming was also one of these fist-fighting martial artists. Although the attack range was short, fists excelled in flexibility, speed, and accuracy. If used well and supported by a top-tier fist-fighting martial skill, it wouldn't be any worse than using a sword or saber. But if a martial artist had a weapon, they had most definitely would have spent most of their time cultivating that weapon. A fist would only be secondary. Could a secondary fist really have such power? How was this possible? It wasn't. His bluffing. A disciple of the Array faction stubbornly refused to acknowledge this reality. However, no one seemed to believe him. All of the Array faction disciples had extremely ugly faces. It seemed that their direct disciple Fang Qi had really screwed himself over this time. In the contestant waiting area, Ouyang Zifeng stared at the long silver spear in Lin Ming's hand. The corners of his mouth and eyes began to violently twitch. When I fought him, I still wasn't able to force him to use his weapon. Thinking back to when he had taunted Lin Ming about whether he'd be forced to use his sword, he could only ruefully smile. Because Lin Ming had been regarded as a martial artist of the 36 countries, everyone had looked down on him. On the martial stage, Fang Qi's face was already red as a rose. He refused to think of why a martial artist from the 36 countries could be such a monstrous freak. Without a care for his status and pride, he continuously placed 5 9 circles of blue light arrays around himself. Because he had rushed out a 9 circles of blue light array a moment ago, he had been forced to consume some blood essence. This time, he would not repeat such a humiliating mistake again. He had prepared these 9 circles of blue light arrays ahead of time. The Array faction had always taken their secondary skills as the most important, thus, the strength of their faction's disciples was often inferior to the other faction's disciples. But in terms of defense, they actually surpassed the others. The defensive strength of an array formation naturally surpassed that of a treasure armor. Looking at the arrays of blue light shields in front of him, Fang Qi was a bit emboldened. You are powerful, but can your spear break through my 5 array formations? But after thinking for a bit, Fang Qi thought it was better to be safe than sorry. He took out a small array flag from his spatial ring and began to infuse true essence into it in advance, so that he could instantly use it later if he needed to. This small array flag was Fang Qi's ultimate technique. Although the defensive power of this array formation was strong, there was still a weakness, and that was that it took time to activate. One needed to prepare in advance. After placing down a series of array formations, Fang Qi had consumed a great deal of energy. But he also had a special symbol array that was capable of supplementing his true essence. In a battle of attrition, Fang Qi believed that he had a superior advantage. At this moment, Lin Ming used his spear. Foundation spear technique, first move, Flood Dragon goes to sea, roar. The clarion and staggering roar of a flood dragon impacted directly towards the sky. Behind Lin Ming, a magnificent purple flood dragon shadow began to condense. After Lin Ming had absorbed the purple flood dragon divine thunder, his flood dragon goes to sea had reached a completely different level. As soon this spear thrust out, it contained the majesty of a boundless dragon. Coupled with the power of thunder and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments, it truly was capable of sweeping away all. The thick twining purple electric snakes were galvanized by Lin Ming. This spear of Lin Ming contained the great potential of rivers and mountains. It savagely pierced through space. Peng peng peng. In the face of the unstoppable onslaught of the spear, 3 layers of the 9 circles of blue light array were instantly shredded apart like paper. Fang Qi's complexion completely changed. He hastily waved the array flag in his hands. Peng. A 4th 9 circles of blue light array shattered into shards. The heavy profound soft spear marched forward. Ka. The long spear fiercely impacted against the fifth 9 circles of blue light array. Fang Qi's array flag let out a burst of golden light, and a massive number of golden runes rushed out from the array flag, all printing onto the last 9 circles of blue light array. How was this possible? Fang Qi watched helplessly as the last 9 circles of blue light array that was reinforced by the golden array flag still crack. This small crack was like the face of smiling devil, growing bit by bit. Chapter 262 3 moves to defeat the opponent. Chapter 262 3 moves to defeat the opponent. Chapter 262 3 moves to defeat the opponent. Impossible. It's impossible. There's no way he can destroy my golden light array flag. Fang Qi grit his teeth and pushed the true essence within his body to the limit. The intense energy caused his hair ribbon to come undone, his hair flailing in the wind, his face distorted like a monster. And yet, that small crack still continued to expand. The golden light symbols that stuck to the blue curtain of light began to explode one after another. Peng! Finally, all the golden runes came crashing down. The fifth curtain of blue light lost the support of the golden runes and was pushed to the breaking point. Under the impact of the heavy profound soft spear, it was smashed apart. Fang Qi shouted, and used the array flag he was waving to pound down on the heavy profound soft spear. The array flag collided with the spear and a visible shockwave of true essence surged out. Fang Qi felt as if he had struck an immutable mountain. An unstoppable force followed through, sending him flying backwards. The array flag was a top-quality treasure, but the spear was a weapon inherently crafted from rushing towards its enemies. When both fought each other, the result could be imagined. The only consolation that Fang Qi had was that the forward force of the heavy profound soft spear had come to a halt. He had barely managed to block the attack. The true essence aftermath had sent Fang Qi flying backwards. After he landed, he was even forced back several steps to steady his body. But at this time, he didn't have the luxury of not losing face. It was already enough that he was able to receive this move. Looking at the array flag in his hands, a third of the golden runes had broken to pieces. Fang Qi felt a bitter heartache. This array flag was called the Golden Light Array Flag, and was a high-grade human step magic treasure weapon. Not only that, but it was at the top of its kind. Its greatest function was to store these golden runes. He had drawn these golden runes with painstaking care before the match. They were able to greatly increase the power of array formations. This was also meant to be the final card in his hand. He had originally prepared to use it against those abnormal direct disciples like Ouyang Ming or Jiang Baoyun. Of course, Fang Qi didn't believe that he could win against monsters like them, but he didn't want to lose too badly. After all of them were direct disciples. If the disparity between them was too great, he wouldn't have lost all his face. But now in order to fight Lin Ming, he had used up a third of the golden runes. This caused Fang Qi to feel a hopeless grief that was beyond crying. If Fang Qi was feeling tearless bereavement, then the following few words by Lin Ming made him nauseous to the point of vomiting. Lin Ming said, "There is still the final move. F***ck. Fang Qi really wanted to slap himself on the cheeks. His damn mouth was just too cheap. He had actually said that he would allow him 3 moves. And now, Fang Qi couldn't back down. If he wasn't able to take these 3 moves and instead admit defeat, he would lose any face he had left. But if he didn't admit defeat and the golden runes of the Golden Light Array Flag were lost in vain, then he would lose anyway. How could there have been such a monster in the 36 countries? Was this fellow really human? At the contestant waiting area, Jiang Lanjian was staring at Lin Ming with shining wide eyes. Ever since Lin Ming had taken out his heavy profound soft spear, he had felt threatened. If Lin Ming was only able to use soul attacks, Jiang Lanjian would never have placed Lin Ming in his eyes. His sword force was able to cut everything to non-existence. This included the demons of the heart, karmic sins, obsessions, and of course, this also included soul attacks. It could be said that to a true swordsman, a soul attack was nothing at all. But now, Lin Ming had actually taken out a spear. Although he had only used his spear once, that spear contained a peerless momentum that startled even Jiang Lanjian. Regardless of whether it was a spear or a sword, they all had their own soul. A martial artist would normally only be able to use the physical body of the weapon. But a genuine, true master would be able to fuse the soul of their weapon into their attacks. When Lin Ming had struck out a moment ago, his spear had contained the potential of the mountains and rivers, and even the prestige and magnificence of a dragon. The power of the spear had broken the 5-9 circles of blue light arrays, and had forced Fang Qi into a critical state. Especially the prestige of the dragon that was contained within that spear, it had already condensed to the point of manifesting the cry of a dragon. This was enough to make Jiang Lanjian feel ashamed of his own shortcomings. As they said, sword like jade, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. Lin Ming was so young, and yet he had already achieved the realm of spear like dragon. This could be said to be a talent that defied the will of the heavens. Jiang Lanjian had once thought he had reached a lofty peak of sword attainments. But now, compared to Lin Ming, he was far inferior. Jiang Baoyun noticed Jiang Lanjian's strange expression. He smiled and said, "Lanjian, your spirit seems down, this isn't like you." Jiang Lanjian shook his head. "I was just startled by Lin Ming. Although he's strong, it's not enough to defeat my spirit." "Haha, that's right. We swordsmen must never let our spirits succumb to pressure." Jiang Baoyun kindly spoke as he patted Jiang Lanjian on the shoulder. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "Lanjian, do you know how old Lin Ming is?" "Maybe 17 or 18. Jiang Lanjian speculated. "He should be around 17 or 18. It wasn't possible for him to be younger." "Ha! You guessed wrong. Lin Ming is only 16 years old now. Not only that, but he just hit 16 a few days ago." "What?" The usually staid Jiang Lanjian lost all of his calm and stood up straight. "Just turned 16. Are you sure?" "I was able to confirm with a sword faction elder. They've already begun to move in secret yesterday. They wish to pull Lin Ming into the sword faction. Yet, that was only yesterday. Now with today's performance, I don't think even the sovereign will be able to sit still." Jiang Baoyun was the direct disciple, so he naturally understood matters of the faction. Jiang Lanjian was startled. This was no trivial matter. Leaving aside Lin Ming's peak bone forging cultivation, which was something he could accept if Lin Ming had a 6th grade talent. What he thought most inconceivable was that Lin Ming was accomplished in comprehension of soul attacks, but also deeply skilled in spear powers. None of this was able to be learnt in a short period of time, yet, he was a boy that had just turned 16 years old. He had practiced martial arts for a mere 4 years, thoroughly practiced a cultivation method, thoroughly understood soul attacks, and was a spear master. Did he have an avatar technique or something? And what was most terrifying was that Lin Ming had a thunder origin energy fusion compatibility of at least the 6th grade. This really made one disbelieve that a talent like this could exist in the world. Jiang Baoyun patted Jiang Lanjian's back. "Well, don't give up." On the martial stage, Fang Qi had placed down 5 more 9 circles of blue light arrays. It wasn't that he didn't want to set down more, it was just that 5 array formations was the limit that he could control. Not only that, but his true essence was limited, and he had to leave enough true essence to control the golden light array flag. Fang Qi had mocked Lin Ming and said he would allow him 3 moves. This was to let Lin Ming gather his strength. But now the tables had turned and it was Lin Ming who was giving Fang Qi time to lay down his defense. "I still have 2/3 of my golden runes left. If I use them up all at once, I'll be able to block his last strike. As long as I can block it, I'll just have to admit defeat afterwards. Even though I'll lose, I'll still be able to keep the last bit of my face." Fang Qi already decided to block Lin Ming's attack at all costs, regardless of what he had to use. The golden light array flag had already been partially used up anyway, and there was no point in just having a few golden runes left over. It was better to just use them all up at once. In Fang Qi's opinion, if 1/3 of the golden runes were able to block Lin Ming's second move, 2/3 of the golden runes were definitely able to block Lin Ming's third move. Lin Ming grasped his heavy profound soft spear horizontally, his forearm touching the base. This was the stance of iron bridge blocks the river. With this strike, he would not stay his hand. Zzz. Arcs of lightning as thick as an arm wrapped around the heavy profound soft spear. Lin Ming's eyes sparked with a purple light. This was the color of the purple flood dragon divine thunder. In those 2 previous attacks, Lin Ming had accumulated all of his momentum. Now, Lin Ming was just like a spear that was ready to strike out at any point. All of the air around him began to hum as energy rolled off his body. Puff puff puff. Fang Qi heard the first layer of 9 circles of blue light array tremble. This was because of the dangerous aura that Lin Ming was emitting. It was enough to pierce the blue curtain of light and create sound. Fang Qi's face drained of all blood. This was just momentum that Lin Ming was releasing, and yet it already had this power. Just how terrifying would a frontal attack be? He used another third of the golden runes ahead of time and plastered them onto the last layer of 9 circles of blue light. Fang Qi then let out a calm breath. I don't believe your spear will be able to shatter the last 2/3 of my golden light array flag's golden runes. Once Lin Ming's momentum had reached the pinnacle, in that moment his pupils widened. Golden rock shattering the void erupted. The heavy profound soft spear shot forth like a speeding meteor twisted with lightning. Spear force filled the void, even the air itself ignited. Lin Ming's soul force touched deep within him. The heretical god seed within his heart began to let out piercing cries of excitement. Heretical god force, open. Bang. After the highly compressed true essence detonated from the heretical god seed, a flood dragon's shadow once again manifested behind Lin Ming, but this time, it was even more lifelike than the last. Even the purple scales of the dragon were clearly visible. A resonant dragon impacted the sky, washing away all the cloud. Divine spear-like dragon. Puff. The first 9 circles of blue light array shattered before the spear point even touched it. It was broken apart by the exceedingly powerful momentum released from the spear. The second 9 circles of blue light array had just traced the tip of the spear when it was immediately destroyed. Compared to the first layer, it was even more thoroughly ruined. The spear contained vibrating true essence and the purple flood dragon divine thunder. To this spear, this defensive array formation was no different from paper. Puff puff. The 9 circles of blue light array began to explode one after another. Fang Qi had no recourse. He immediately pasted all of the golden runes onto the last 9 circles of blue light array. The entire array formation had turned completely into a bright gold. Bang! The heavy profound soft spear pierced forwards with no flashiness. The intense collision of true essence created a massive true essence shockwave that heaved away all the crushed tiles on the martial stage, sending them scattering in all directions. Even the protective array formation that surrounded the martial stage began to tremble. The heretical god force had been opened. Vibrating true essence had fused with mystic strength of the purple flood dragon divine thunder. This strike was almost Lin Ming's strongest blow. Ka. The final layer of 9 circles of blue light was only able to resist for a few breaths of time. Suddenly, countless cracks began to appear on the golden curtain of light, spreading out just like a spider web. How is this possible? This was 2/3 of his golden runes. Fang Qi had no chance to think anymore. The unstoppable spear light had already cracked open the last 9 circles of blue light array, heavily striking Fang Qi's chest. Bang! As the golden rune burst apart, the 5th and final 9 circles of blue light array loudly shattered. Fang Qi's body was just like a sack that had been tossed in the air, spitting out blood as he flew backwards. 3 moves to defeat his opponent. Fang Qi struck the protective circle of the martial stage, bounced to the ground, and fell unconscious. The entire audience was completely silent. Jing Chanyu's 2 small hands were tightly gripped together, her large eyes just like javelins as she stared at Lin Ming, her vision filled with a complex emotion. She had asked Lin Ming to absolutely win, so that he could obtain justice for all of them. She had hoped he would try his hardest, but in her heart she wasn't sure if Lin Ming had the power to succeed. But now, he had won. And not only that, he won with an overwhelming victory. Chapter 263 Genius of the Spear Path. Chapter 263 Genius of the Spear Path. Chapter 263 Genius of the Spear Path. Lin Ming, victory. As the referee declared the result, the audience was completely blown away by this unbelievable conclusion. Fang Qi said he would allow Lin Ming 3 moves, and in the end, he was defeated in 3 moves. Especially the disciples of the Array faction, they looked like overripe eggplants that had been trampled on. Their complexions were simply beyond ugly. They had been counting on Fang Qi to maliciously stomp on Lin Ming, and let these toads known as the country hick martial artists that they would never be able to eat swan meat. They wanted Fang Qi to show them just what true disparity was. They simply never imagined this result, they could hardly accept it. Fang Qi had been so completely defeated. If it were them, they would no doubt be in an even worse position. As Lin Ming arrived at the contestant waiting area, he saw a yellow-clothed girl waiting there for him. This girl was Jing Chanyu. "Thank you," Jing Chanyu said in a hushed tone. "Fang Qi is someone that I would have to defeat sooner or later. You don't have to thank me. Millimeter, I know." Jing Chanyu was silent for a moment, not knowing a topic of conversation to bring up. When Lin Ming had unleashed the flood dragon shade behind him, and pierced through Fang Qi's defensive barriers with a single spear thrust, it had left a deep impression on her. He was simply like a handsome, peerless god of war, shattering all barriers. Unstoppable. At this moment, Jiang Lanjian walked over. He and Lin Ming barely knew each other. Lin Ming, senior apprentice brother Jiang. Lin Ming cupped his fists together and bowed. Lin Ming had a good impression of Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian was a swordsman who pursued the path of the blade with all of his heart and soul. With such a person, there was no need to be reserved or guarded. In many cases, one could determine the basic character of someone from the cultivation method that they practiced. The 7 profound valleys contained both good and evil, but no kind and righteous person would cultivate the dark and wicked legacies of the Acacia faction. But the disciples of the Sword faction and Zither faction were mostly conscientious and virtuous people. They could be considered good people. At least, they weren't the type that would stab you behind the back. Even if they thirsted for your blood, they would be honest. Otherwise, if their heart was not right, then their sword heart or Zither heart would never reach the stage of perfection. "Lin Ming, you just turned 16 years old?" Although he had just heard this news from Jiang Baoyun's own mouth, Jiang Lanjian had to personally confirm it. This new information had simply been too shocking. Hearing this question and seeing Lin Ming not answer, Jing Chanyu was suddenly startled. He had just reached 16 years of age. She unconsciously covered her small mouth with her tender hands, her large eyes blinking as she stared disbelievingly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't hesitate, he directly nodded to acknowledge the claim. After all, this was something that he couldn't conceal. As long as the 7 profound valleys wanted to check up on him, they could investigate all the generations of his family with ease. Although his age was a bit too suspicious, Lin Ming didn't worry. The more outstanding one's talent was, the more valuable they would be to the 7 profound valleys, and the more resources they could earn. Looking at a broader view, even if he exposed too many of his powers and some people began to have dark intentions towards him, he could still stand behind Divine Phoenix Island. If he did, these people who harbored evil intentions could do nothing at all. Lin Ming believed that Mu Qianyu might not necessarily care about him, but he believed that she would help him if he was in a time of dire trouble. Seeing Lin Ming nod in affirmation, Jing Chanyu gasped. She was already considered young within all the martial artists that entered the total faction martial meeting. But she was still 2 months from reaching 18 years of age. She thought that Lin Ming was similar to her, at most a few months or half a year younger, but she never thought that he would actually only be 16 years old. A 16-year-old boy had participated in the total faction martial meeting, and also defeated the direct disciple Fang Qi in 3 moves. What sort of terrifying result was that? Even if it were a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys like Jiang Baoyun or Ouyang Ming, they still wouldn't have such strength at 16 years of age. Jing Chanyu thought the more she knew of Lin Ming, the less she understood him. Lin Ming was like a massive iceberg, one could only see the tip from the sky. You would only see that insignificant portion of him, without realizing the truly terrifying ability that lay beneath. Jiang Lanjian took a deep breath, then earnestly and seriously looked at Lin Ming. He recalled the time when he had judged Lin Ming in Desert Flower Hall, saying that if he and Lin Ming were the same level, then there was no way that Lin Ming could be his match. He had never imagined that with just a peak bone forging cultivation, Lin Ming was already strong enough to threaten him. But most importantly, Lin Ming was just too young. Even Jiang Lanjian, who had reached large success of the sword heart, began to feel helpless. How many years had Lin Ming practiced the spear? He hadn't even practicing the spear for the entire time, and yet his spearmanship had already surpassed his own swordsmanship. Lin Ming, I'm looking forward to our match, Jiang Lanjian vigorously exclaimed. Lin Ming smiled, we'll fight soon enough. Jiang Lanjian turned around and left, leaving behind a slack-jawed Jing Chanyu. Jing Chanyu didn't know what to say at this time. She clearly knew that in the future, Lin Ming would at least become a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys. If the trend of his growth continued, he would easily reach the Xiantian stage, and he might even have an extremely high chance to aim for the revolving core realm. It had to be known that there was only a single revolving core master in the entire 7 profound valleys. Not only that, but this master was only at the early revolving core realm. If Lin Ming was able to reach the revolving core realm, then he most likely wouldn't be some ordinary revolving core master. He was likely to be the most powerful being within the entire 7 profound territory. He might even become the elder ancestor of the 7 profound valleys. As Jing Chanyu thought this, her heartbeat began to rise. Was she actually standing next to someone who would control the fate of the entire 7 profound territory in the future? Although Jing Chanyu knew she would have endless benefits and advantages if she befriended someone like Lin Ming, she had never done this type of thing before and approached someone unfamiliar on her own initiative. She didn't know how she should proceed from this point. In fact, putting national interests aside, Jing Chanyu quite wanted to know Lin Ming on a more personal, intimate level. But how should she even begin? At this moment, Qin Xingxuan and Qin Zia walked over to Lin Ming. When Lin Ming had heroically defeated Fang Qi on the martial stage, Qin Xingxuan had felt a precocious jolt within her young heart. Especially when Lin Ming had struck out that last spear and continuously shattered all 5-9 revolutions of blue light arrays, sending Fang Qi soaring backwards and spitting blood. At this moment, just remembering that scene, Qin Xingxuan felt goosebumps rise on her arms and her mind surge with emotion. Lin Ming, did you consume too much energy? Qin Zia asked as he took out a small jade bottle. This is an essence fusing pill. It's able to help restore your strength and improve your condition. Qin Zia feared that Lin Ming's second round would be affected, so he didn't hesitate in taking out an essence fusing pill that cost several true essence stones. This was a restorative pill and therefore didn't contain pill toxins. One could eat them as they liked. Lin Ming nodded. He really did need to supplement his own energy reserves. The heretical god force had already been used up, and he needed time to compress true essence again. Although the current restoration rate of the heretical god force was very quick, he would also need to hurry as fast as he could if he wanted to be able to fully utilize the heretical god force during the next round. Lin Ming immediately took the pills, sat down cross-legged on a cushion, and entered the ethereal martial state to recover. Suddenly, there was only Qin Zia, Qin Xingxuan, and Jing Chanyu left. Qin Xingxuan revealed a well-mannered smile towards Jing Chanyu, politely saying, Miss Jing, this is our first time meeting. My name is Qin Xingxuan, I am Lin Ming's friend. Jing Chanyu forced a courtesy smile in return, somewhat embarrassed. She saw that Qin Xingxuan seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old, and was most likely Lin Ming's girlfriend. Jing Chanyu didn't want Qin Xingxuan to misunderstand, she only wanted to get to know Lin Ming, there was no other motive. I see, so it's Miss Qin. It's very nice to meet you. Jing Chanyu bowed. Although she was someone who focused on cultivation, Jing Chanyu was a young girl in the end, and also had the thoughts of a young girl. Seeing Qin Xingxuan, she unconsciously compared herself to her. Jing Chanyu thought that her looks weren't any less than Qin Xingxuan's. Both of them had different good points in their temperament. Her talent wasn't inferior to Qin Xingxuan, or at least, there was no clear winner between them, but Qin Xingxuan was much younger than her. This was something that she couldn't change. Jing Chanyu sighed, somewhat defeated. She said, Chanyu bids farewell. Miss Jing, please take care. Qin Xingxuan bowed back and watched Jing Chanyu leave. Qin Zia smiled as he watched this interaction, shaking his head. Xingxuan, let's go. This is the contestant waiting area, it's not appropriate for us to stay here too long. Okay. Qin Xingxuan nodded. As she was leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at Lin Ming one more time. At this moment, Lin Ming had already completely entered into the ethereal martial intent state, and wasn't aware of anything happening around him. During this state, Lin Ming's consciousness was in meditation. Unless there was imminent danger, he wouldn't feel anything at all. In the grand hall of the 7 profound valleys, Mu Qinghong smiled as she watched Lin Ming meditate in the contestant waiting area. This was the ethereal martial intent that Chen Yu had informed her about. If she hadn't been told ahead of time, then she really wouldn't have been able to detect anything out of place. He's used the power of thunder, and now he's even used his spear. This little boy still has the purple flood dragon divine thunder in his hand. I simply have no idea what could force him to use it. Chen Yu's judgment is too good. Not to mention Lin Ming's high-grade thunder origin energy fusion compatibility or the skill at which he can use his soul force, just the momentum of his spear is far beyond any martial artist of the same level. His spear force is like a mountain, his spear might is like a dragon. It's just unbelievable that someone so young could reach this point. This is simply an overwhelmingly monstrous perception. That Jiang Baoyun also isn't too bad, but the results of his swordsmanship just cannot surpass Lin Ming. Jiang Baoyun is someone who cultivates the sword path with all his heart, but is also older than Lin Ming by several years. In this aspect, the disparity between them is too great. Everyone, including Mu Qianyu, thought that Lin Ming was a once-in-a-millennia rare and gifted spear genius and soul force genius. His perception was just ridiculously high to the point of being preposterous. What they didn't know was that Lin Ming's soul force attacks all relied on his samsara martial intent. As for his spear force like mountain, that was because of his extreme yang and extreme light chaotic virtues combat meridians, which also contained the power of the rivers and mountains. As for his spear might like dragon, that was even simpler. Not only did Lin Ming absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder, but his body also contained the blood of a true dragon. If he could not achieve spear might like dragon, then there might not be anyone else in this world who could. Mu Qinghong shot a glance at Shizongtian by her side. She saw that Shizongtian seemed calm, but his eyes shined with light. It was unknown what he was thinking. Mu Qinghong smirked. She was more or less able to deduce Shizongtian's thoughts. His 7 profound valleys had suddenly produced a monstrous talent of the highest level, and yet this talent was suddenly being eyed by her divine Phoenix Island. Shizongtian was swayed by his own feelings and desires for his sect, and the advantages and disadvantages. He was simply unable to calm down. He even feared that his own prior promises were useless. Mu Qinghong expected that Shizongtian would quickly circulate this news to the 7 profound valleys' elder ancestor. A genius of this level was already enough to be brought to the elder ancestor's attention. Of course, Mu Qinghong did not care about this old fossil who had half a leg in the grave. That old man may be the ultimate dominating force in the 7 profound territory, but in Divine Phoenix Island he was only an ordinary elder, and not only that, but one that was relegated to the 2nd tier. Chapter 264 Zhong Yanzhao's Bloodwave Saber. Chapter 264 Zhong Yanzhao's Bloodwave Saber. Chapter 264 Zhong Yanzhao's Bloodwave Saber. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lin Ming's talent is even comparable to Chen Yu's. If he was placed within Divine Phoenix Island, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier talent. Such a genius like this is worth me coming here. It would even be worthwhile for an elder to personally make a visit here. As Mu Qinghong thought this, she was in a very good mood. Even if she didn't achieve her other goal, just coming and personally gaining insights into Lin Ming's talent was worth the while. If the turmoil within the South Sea realm doesn't reach here, then maybe after 100 years, or even 200 years when Lin Ming grows up, he may become a pivotal existence within the entire southern region. Thinking of the situation within the South Horizon region, Mu Qinghong became extremely concerned. The chaos within the South Sea would directly affect the fate of Divine Phoenix Island. As the matches on the martial stage continued, there were no important or famous figures that appeared. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. Even the weakest of these were much stronger than someone like Bai Tinghua. After 3 matches, Zhong Yangzhao went on stage. He was up against the sword faction disciple, Liu Yang. Liu Yang wasn't a weakling. During the last total faction martial meeting, he was ranked 20. This result wasn't too far from Zhong Yangzhao. Now that all of the Seven Profound Valleys disciples knew the phenomenon known as Lin Ming, none of them dared to underestimate the martial artists from beyond the Seven Profound Valleys. Especially Zhong Yangzhao, who was placed onto the gambling house list as a potential champion candidate with a 135 compensation rate. Liu Yang was also on this list, and his compensation rate was similar to Zhong Yangzhao's. Most people assumed that this would be a close battle, however, the match didn't go as most people expected. At first, Zhong Yangzhao and Liu Yang were evenly matched blow for blow. However, after 20 moves had passed, Zhong Yangzhao took out a crimson 4-foot-long treasure saber from his spatial ring. With this saber in his hand, he put forth a dreadfully vigorous martial skill that was like a wave of monstrous blood was surging forwards, overflowing with murderous intention from all around. Liu Yang had lost almost immediately afterwards, and was even heavily injured. The audience was shocked silly. Just where had Zhong Yangzhao been hiding this strength? What was that saber? It didn't look like a normal treasure. When had the 36 countries and 16 martial families become so fierce? They had actually come out with 2 martial artists that were most likely able to reach the top 10. As if Lin Ming wasn't enough, a wild Zhong Yangzhao suddenly appeared. That blood saber is too bizarre, I can't see what grade it is. It's likely not some common high-grade human steppe treasure. Maybe it's an earth steppe treasure. How is that possible? Why would a martial family have an earth steppe treasure? Not even many of our faction's elders have an earth steppe treasure. In any case, even if the Zhong family had something so valuable, there was no way that they would give it to a young man in order to show off at a tournament. This truly is an earth steppe treasure. It's the family heirloom of the Zhong family. As a few disciples were discussing, a deep voice suddenly broke in. Everyone turned to look, and quickly bowed, paying their respects. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Liang. This Senior Apprentice Brother Liang had a cultivation at the peak of Hutian realm. Not only that, but he had just reached 30 years of age, his future glories were endless. He had recently been given a heaven-opening pill, and had an extreme possibility of reaching the Xiantian realm. Once he reached the legendary Xiantian realm, he would be an elder, therefore these disciples had to be very respectful towards this man. Senior Apprentice Brother Liang said, the first patriarch of the Zhong family was a revolving core master. That blood saber was the weapon that this patriarch used. Once it is paired with the first patriarch's self-invented saber skill, its power is overwhelming. The first patriarch of the Zhong family was a revolving core master? I thought that was just an exaggerated rumor. Revolving core master, that's just too much to believe. If that were true, then why would the Zhong family be reduced to their current state? Many disciples felt that this was just too unbelievable. Then Senior Apprentice Brother Liang said, time changes many things. 3,000 years ago, the Zhong family was a monstrous titan that ruled over several countries and took their resources. They were just a bit better than the weakest third-grade sect. However, after the first patriarch died of old age, the Zhong family wasn't able to produce a new revolving core master to lead the family. Because their family had accumulated a massive amount of wealth and resources that many others coveted, ultimately a bloody calamity descended upon them. Their family went through a bloodbath with most being slain or conquered, and only a minor few direct descendants were able to squirrel away some of the wealth and run away somewhere else, concealing their identities. After 1,000 years passed, so did their enemies. They did not recover to their previous status, and slowly evolved into the current Zhong family. Of course, you cannot look down on the heritage and legacies of the Zhong family. Even our elders have to be respectful towards their Zhong family patriarch. Senior Apprentice Brother Liang sighed with a heart full of emotion. If a family lost strength that matched their wealth and resources, they could only wait for their inevitable demise. The first reason that the current Zhong family hadn't been completely destroyed by the 7 Profound Valleys was that they had turned in a massive amount of resources to the 7 Profound Valleys, and their family patriarch had personally come to negotiate. The second reason was that most of the Zhong family's heritage and legacies were related to the saber. Since there was no saber faction within the 7 Profound Valleys, no one decided to care about them. The Zhong family had remained low-key for many years. No one had thought that Zhong Yangzhao would display the weapon that the Zhong family ancestor had wielded during this total faction martial meeting. It seemed that the Zhong family finally believed that their family had the strength to match their wealth, and were prepared to expand the influence of their family. The Zhong family truly had been laying low for too long. As senior apprentice brother Liang spoke, Jiang Baoyun was also looking at Zhong Yangzhao. Zhong Yangzhao looked a bit on the older side. It wouldn't be too strange if someone said he were 25 or 26 years old. With his saber by his side, he exuded a faint, domineering aura. However, Zhong Yangzhao's breath was deep and his steps were calm, and he didn't seem to naturally emit an overwhelming momentum. The saber energy is restrained. This is the state of returning to one's origins. What a good realm! I had looked down on him, but it seems that the Zhong family gave the Bloodwave saber to Zhong Yangzhao, wanting him to astonish the world with a single brilliant feat at this total faction martial meeting. With the Bloodwave saber being used together with the Zhong family ancestors' self-created Blood King's triple murder. Even though there are so many geniuses present, there are only a few that could actually defend against such a powerful technique. This martial meeting is getting more and more interesting. The top 10 is no longer the world of the direct disciples, but rather the battleground of proud heroes. The 7th and 8th matches were won by Huan Xiaodai and Qin Wuxin, the proud beautiful pair of this generation. Although their opponents were not weak and they had decent results in the last martial meeting, they were still helpless against Huan Xiaodai and Qin Wuxin, quickly defeated in several moves. When these two proud and exquisite women fought on stage, waves of cheering voices came from the audience. But as for Lin Ming, he turned a deaf ear to all this, immersed in the ethereal martial state so that he could quickly recover his strength. The second round had come to an end. Besides the unfortunate Fang Qi, all the other direct disciples hadn't met a tough opponent. They swept away all opposition. As the third round started, Lin Ming was finally restored to his top condition, and the compression of true essence within the heretical god force was completed. He had been sitting in meditation for a while longer, adjusting his mental state, and finally opened his eyes. At this time, he saw Fang Qi standing in the center of the martial stage. Millimeter. The first match is Fang Qi. He was injured last round, but he actually was able to recover so quickly. The healing medicines of the 7 profound valleys are truly miraculous. As long as it's not a soul wound, one can be healed in half an hour. I wonder who Fang Qi's opponent is. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he suddenly heard a strange and peculiar jijihei laughing sound. A fellow that had a long face and extremely wrinkled skin walked on stage. He was covered in bandages, looking completely like a mummy. As this weird fellow walked on stage, he carried a strange-looking bag on his back. He was thinner than a stick, and wore the most outlandishly eccentric clothing. He was like a corpse that had been buried within a coffin and had finally begun to rot, but then came back to life in a pile of bandages and rags. As Fang Qi saw this strange mummy fellow walk on stage, his face drained of all blood. What absolute *T luck I have, were all my last 8 generations blood cursed or something? First I meet that freak Lin Ming in the second round, and now I meet this puppet faction dried corpse in the third round. Even though his opponent was a direct disciple, he still looked like this. Fang Qi felt like he wanted to throw up. Lin Ming was shocked. This mummy fellow is probably the direct disciple of the puppet faction, Mugu Buyu. Fang Qi is also a direct disciple. I thought that the direct disciples wouldn't meet until the final rounds. Is it because Fang Qi lost to me, thus he lost his qualifications to be a seeded player? Lin Ming thought this was also natural. After all, the reason that the 7 direct disciples were saved for the last matches was in order to increase the competitive nature of the tournament, not to take care of these direct disciples. If a direct disciple didn't have the strength, they would be eliminated early. Match, start. The referee elder said the words that Fang Qi was dreading the most. He would rather face off against Jiang Baoyun than this Mugu Buyu. This fellow's strength was too weird. Fang Qi suspected that maybe even Jiang Baoyun might not be his match. Not only that, but in a minute this mummy fellow would pull out puppets made of corpses, tools made of human skin, and even corpse lanterns lit with corpse oil. This creepy and macabre person really made one's scalp tingle with squeamishness. And what was worse was that Fang Qi's golden light array flag's golden runes had all been used up. He had to temporarily borrow a second-rate treasure from his faction that had less than a third of the power of the Golden Light Array flag. He was already expecting an extremely miserable ending when facing off against this Mugu Buyu. Jijehe. Array faction's baby boy, are you prepared to admit defeat? Mugu Buyu strangely smiled. Although it was clear that he wasn't much older, he still spoke in a very old manner and hadn't even placed Fang Qi in his eyes. Fang Qi paled. He really had been thinking of immediately admitting defeat a moment ago, but now that he heard Mugu Buyu say such outrageous things, there was no way he could admit defeat now. Otherwise, he really would become a turtle. For better or worse, he was still a direct disciple. If he went down without a fight, and also had to swallow the insults of his opponent, then he would just lose too much face. This wasn't just his face he would be losing, but he would also lose face for the entire Array faction. If he retreated at this point, he would never be able to hold his head up around the other Array faction disciples again. Fang Qi braced himself for the worst and said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. Shut your filthy trap. Hehe, you have courage. Unfortunately, the more you talk, the more you need strength to back it up, otherwise you will only end up looking like the fool." As Mugu Buyu said this, he shook the bag on his back, and a spider-like puppet jumped out. This puppet had the upper body of a human, but the lower body of a giant spider. The upper body was actually quite beautiful, but as soon as Fang Qi saw that it was a puppet stitched together from corpses, he began to feel nauseous. Chapter 265 Saber-like Tiger, Spear-like Dragon. Chapter 265 Saber-like Tiger, Spear-like Dragon. Chapter 265, Saber-like Tiger, Spear-like Dragon. Jijehe. Baby boy, if you can deal with little spider puppet, how about I lose to you? Hearing Mugu Buyu's arrogant words, Fang Qi could only bitterly clench his teeth. You are too conceited. Although I might not be your match, if you want to take out a single second-tier puppet to deal with me, then you are not placing me in your eyes at all. Although the puppet faction was mysterious, Fang Qi had a certain understanding of Mugu Buyu's techniques. Mugu Buyu had at least 3 puppets, one of them a human puppet made from the body of a peak Hutian realm master that was also the fiercest of the 3. If that human puppet was brought out, then Fang Qi would admit he was no match. But now Mugu Buyu only brought out a spider puppet to deal with him. This was simply not respecting his abilities at all. Earth Array, Octagonal Slaughter Path. Fang Qi threw out his array disc, and a series of golden runes flew out from it, directly surrounding the spider puppet. Gather. Fang Qi waved an array flag, and all the golden runes tightened on the spider puppet. He wanted to kill the spider puppet trapped within the array. The flashing golden runes fell towards the spider puppet. A brilliant golden light began to shine out from the spider puppet's body, and a golden sphere appeared around the spider puppet, protecting it. Peng 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 peng. This gold defense is Golden Bell Barrier, Metal Attribute True Essence. Fang Qi was completely shocked. This golden shield was obviously a defensive power that was stronger than an Earth Attribute True Essence shield. Although it was said that Metal Attribute True Essence was rare, in truth Metal Attribute True Essence martial artists were much more common than Thunder Attribute and Wind Attribute martial artists. But what most horrified Fang Qi was that the Metal Attribute True Essence was refined from inside the puppet's body and then sent out. Not only that, but Golden Bell Barrier was a defensive martial skill. A puppet could actually use a martial skill. You've reached the essence integration realm? How is that possible? Fang Qi inexplicably panicked. Even the other direct disciples in the audience, including Ouyang Ming, Huoyang Luo, and the others had a huge change in their expressions. Ouyang Ming took a deep breath and subconsciously clenched his fists. This was the realm of essence integration. Mugu Buyu's cultivation was only a half step into the Hutian realm, and he had reached essence integration. Although the puppet faction was incomparably enigmatic, in the end they were still part of the 7 profound valleys. The other direct disciples had a certain understanding of the powers and abilities of puppet masters. A puppet master could refine a vicious beast or powerhouse's corpse into a puppet. The 2 most important factors of a potential puppet was that they had a strong body when they were living, and their bodies were also excellent carriers of true essence. If a puppet could have both of these advantages, they would naturally be incomparably powerful. But a puppet was still a puppet, and they had clumsy combat utility. If one could not make use of their strong body or formidable true essence capacity, then their final combat potential would be extremely limited. However, once a puppet master reached the Xiantian realm, or maybe a half step into the Xiantian realm, they could achieve the essence integration boundary. This so-called essence integration allowed a puppet to retain their original true essence attribute that they had before death, and even allowed a puppet to keep the cultivation methods and martial skills they knew in life. Such a puppet wouldn't be much weaker than when it was alive. The reason that Mugu Buyu was able to have the spider puppet create the golden bell barrier was that the upper half's woman body had maintained the metal attribute true essence she had before death. Fang Qi's face was ashen white on the stage. This Mugu Buyu was only a half step into the Hutian realm, but he had actually comprehended essence integration, which usually required a cultivation at least a half step into the Xiantian realm. Mugu Buyu was absolutely the most terrifying and monstrous talent in the puppet faction for the last 100 years. Perhaps even Jiang Baoyun would lose against Mugu Buyu. How could he have such *T luck, meeting two freaks in a row? I admit defeat. Fang Qi was heavily panting as he said these words. If he had to admit defeat, then he would admit defeat. Against someone that not even Jiang Baoyun might be able to defeat, there was no point in severely injuring himself just to look like a fool, rushing through stubbornness and having everyone look down on him. Mugu Buyu, victory. As the referee elder announced this, he also couldn't help but gulp several times. This Mugu Buyu was just too scary. Even though there were so many geniuses and heroes that had gathered at this total faction martial meeting, he was a monster among monsters. He had thought that this total faction martial meeting might be the grandest and best one in the last 3, but now looking at it, let alone 3, it might be superior to even the last 30 martial meetings. During the last total faction martial meeting, the direct disciple still here that ranked the highest was the Acacia faction's Ouyang Ming, who had reached 3rd place. For a 17-year-old to reach 3rd place was already extremely abnormal. At that time, the champion and 2nd place contestant had both been over 20 years old, and had now lost the qualifications to participate. It had been general belief that Ouyang Ming would absolutely become the champion, but then Jiang Baoyun had surpassed him, and Ouyang Ming's chances of being number 1 ended. But now, looking at this Mugu Buyu mummy fellow who had popped out of nowhere and had managed to comprehend the essence integration boundary, Jiang Baoyun might not even be first. Not only that, but there was Jiang Lanjian whose strength wasn't much worse than Jiang Baoyun's, and there was Qin Wuxin who had reached large success of her zither heart, and also the young talented beauty of the Mirage faction, Huan Xiaodai. Not only that, but there was also the patiently waiting Zhong Yangzhao and the unfathomable Lin Ming. This was truly a battle between heroes. Not to mention 1st place, or top 3, even fighting for the top 10 would be fraught with enormous difficulty. Who will be the winner? The heart of the referee elder was filled with anticipation. He thought for a moment and then used true essence sound transmission to send this message to the referee group. Elder Jiang, what is the matter? The referee group's elders respectfully asked. The referee elder on the martial stage was from the sword faction, and he had extremely keen judgment. His cultivation was also at the middle Xiantian realm, and he had a high rank. He was respected even amongst the elders. There will be a slight change to the original tournament schedule. There are simply too many talents. We do not need to wait until the end. There are especially a few matches in particular that I want to look at. Okay. I just happen to agree with Elder Jiang's thoughts. The first few matches are just too boring. There are a few match results that I would really like to know. After Fang Qi was defeated, there were a few calm games, and then another swell of controversy rose again. 3rd round, 9th match. Lin Ming against Zhong Yangzhao. As the referee announced this match, the audience rose in an uproar. The 7 Profound Valleys disciples were more calm, because whether it was Lin Ming or Zhong Yangzhao, they didn't really care as they had no relation to them. But the martial artists of the 36 countries and 16 martial families began to shout wildly, yelling at the top of their lungs. Lin Ming was the representative of the 36 countries, and Zhong Yangzhao was the only child left from the 16 martial families. With these two strong fighters colliding, this would definitely be a fierce battle between two great martial artists. It was hard to say who would win. The disciples of the 36 countries and 16 martial families were united by a common hatred when facing the 7 profound valleys, but now that they had to battle each other, they naturally had to engage each other for a while. Hehe, your Lin Ming's lucky win streak is about to come to an end. It's just bad luck that he's encountered Zhong Yangzhou here. Don't talk shit. Aren't you afraid of the wind cutting your tongue with how much nonsense you're talking? Isn't Fang Qi fierce? Wasn't he defeated by Lin Ming in 3 moves? Your Zhong Yangzhou is at most on the same level as Fang Qi. Now that he's facing Lin Ming, he's just some trash that will be defeated in a second. Humph, you are just a complete sucker. Fang Qi and Huoyang Luo are worst among the 7 direct disciples. They are basically just side dishes. Can they even compare with Zhong Yangzhou? Do you know what the Blood King's triple murder is? The power of those 3 moves isn't something that someone like you can imagine. It's already good if Lin Ming can withstand the second saber strike. Lin Ming and Zhong Yangzhou hadn't even fought, but the disciples of the 36 countries and 16 martial families had already begun a savage war of words, their arguments becoming extremely heated. Jiang Baoyun was drinking some spirit tea, and he asked with a smile, "Lanjian, your eyesight is quite good. Who do you think will win?" Jiang Lanjian looked deeply at Jiang Baoyun. Even though Jiang Baoyun had just seen that freak Mugu Buyu and his essence integration ability, he was still able to maintain his calm indifference. That Jiang Baoyun could maintain this attitude meant that he was either confident against Mugu Buyu, or his sword heart had reached an indelible state that a normal swordsman would never be able to compare with. There's no need to mention my eyesight again. I've already been mistaken about Lin Ming several times, and still find that I cannot understand him at all. I originally thought Lin Ming had good chances, but the Zhong family's Blood King's triple murder is just too powerful. It was a martial skill created by a revolving core master. Once it's combined with the Bloodwave saber, the strength it can release is incomprehensible. It is said that the third saber consumes at least 40% of one's true essence, and can shatter the earth and heavens. I wonder how Lin Ming will be able to stop that. I just cannot predict the results of this match. Who do you think will win? Jiang Baoyun shook his head, and only said, "Saber like tiger, spear like dragon." Saber like tiger, spear like dragon? In battle between a dragon and a tiger, who was stronger? The dragon? Or the tiger? Regardless of whether it was Lin Ming or Zhong Yangzhou, they were both martial artists that excelled in powerful attacks. If they met on the battlefield, tens of thousands would be killed. With such overwhelmingly qualified contestants, this match was truly worth watching. The disciples of the 36 countries and 16 martial families were cheering their heads off. As Zhong Yangzhou stepped onto the martial stage, he did not hold back anything. He immediately took out the Bloodwave saber. Against Lin Ming, this was the only skill he could use to defeat him. Lin Ming stood not too far away from Zhong Yangzhou, the heavy profound soft spear in his hands. This battle was contest between saber and spear. He wanted to depend on just his own spear and have a wonderful battle. The foundation spear technique against the Blood King's triple murder. Although it seemed as if Lin Ming's spear had a major disadvantage, in his hands, the foundation spear technique underwent a drastic evolution. It was no longer what it once was. Every spear strike and move contained the power of the mountains and rivers. Because of this, spear skills weren't as important. The two stood 100 feet apart. Suddenly, the aura that Zhong Yangzhou had been restraining within himself suddenly exploded outward. One could see faint waves of blood rolling off of him, his murderous intent coming from all directions. It was as if that murderous intent was enough blot out the sky, and those waves of blood were enough to drown anyone underneath. Lin Ming was also restrained. He was standing straight on the stage, just like a spear itself. His body concealed a roiling momentum that seemed to instantly pierce the heavens. Zhong Yangzhou felt as if he could hear his own aura being broken through, and that aura he released like waves of blood was simply chopped apart by a keen blade. He laughed and said, "That I can meet an opponent like you during this total faction martial meeting is already enough. I will only use 3 saber moves. If I cannot win against you with them, I admit defeat. Zhong Yangzhao was not being arrogant. It was just that his Blood King's triple murder only had 3 sabers within. After these 3 sabers were used, his true essence would be over 70% consumed. If he couldn't defeat Lin Ming by then he would have basically lost the match. Zhong Yangzhao had absolute confidence in the Blood King's triple murder's 3rd and final saber. Good. Make your saber move. With this, Lin Ming took the eternal iron bridge blocks the river stance. At that moment, his aura was just like a calm mountain, unyielding and immutable. Chapter 266 Blood King's Triple Murder. Chapter 266 Blood King's Triple Murder. Chapter 266 Blood King's Triple Murder. Bang! A wave of blood soared to the heavens, and even the clouds in the skies parted. The rich true essence surged in the air like ripples in water, visible to even the naked eye. This true essence dispersed, struck the stage protection barrier, and then bounced back. To the audience, it was as if the entire martial stage had been covered with a faint red tint. It seemed as if blood was floating everywhere in the sky. Blood King's first murder, endless waves. Zhong Yangzhao gave a loud shout, and the treasure sword in his hand turned a brilliant blood red. A rich blood energy suddenly erupted forwards. It was as if countless surges of blood waves were rushing through the air. As Zhong Yangzhao cut out with his knife, it was like the entire world had been covered by his saber energy. He could cut anything he wanted. As Lin Ming faced this sword energy that seemed like massive waves of blood that blotted out the sky, Lin Ming also became incomparably serious. True essence poured into the heavy profound soft spear, and flow like silk broke out. At the same time, countless flashes of thunder arched around Lin Ming's body. Spear prestige transformed into a dragon. A spear thrust out with an unstoppable momentum. 5,000 filaments of vibrating true essence pounded wave after bloody wave. Pang! Under the vibrating true essence, the waves of blood turned into a shower of blood. It seemed as if crimson lotuses were blooming in the sky. As the waves of blood were torn apart, Lin Ming's spear and Zhong Yangzhao's saber collided in midair. A blood-red light flashed, and Lin Ming's spear pierced the curtain of blood, unstoppable. Zhong Yangzhao was shocked in his heart. This spear of Lin Ming's looked simple, but there were profound principles and esoteric truths contained within. The majestic strength of the world, the power of the strange vibrations, and the wildly savage purple thunder. All 3 of these powers perfectly fused together, creating an implacable force. At this moment, he realized Lin Ming's strength. It wasn't that Fang Qi was weak, it was only that Mugu Buyu and Lin Ming were too strong. That was the only reason that Fang Qi had been so thoroughly and completely defeated. The long spear was like a dragon. After breaking through the mist of blood, it pierced towards Zhong Yangzhao's chest. At this critical moment, Zhong Yangzhao used his palm as a saber and cut down on the heavy profound soft spear. Clang! The intense impact caused the heavy profound soft spear to instantly bend like a crescent moon. Zhong Yangzhao grit his teeth as he retreated backwards. His right hand was already stained red with blood. What? A spear broke through Zhong Yangzhao's Blood King's first murder, and he was also injured. This is too weird. Didn't Lin Ming not use a martial skill during that spear strike? Can there be such strength without a martial skill? How terrifying would it be if he did use a martial skill? To most of the audience, whether it was Zhong Yangzhao or Lin Ming, both of them gave them an unfathomable feeling. During the last martial meeting, he had reached the top 20. Now, during this martial meeting, he had defeated Liu Yang with just a single saber strike. Liu Yang's strength probably wasn't in the top 10, but he could still be around rank 12 or 13. He was definitely not some weak nobody. There was no need to mention anything about Lin Ming. Against Fang Qi, he had defeated him as if he were just chopping a melon. However, these matches were not enough to fully explain the level of these 2 people. Everyone knew that before now, neither of them had used their full strength to fight. This would be a truly powerful battle. They had thought that the difference in strength between Lin Ming and Zhong Yangzhao wasn't too great, but they never thought that Zhong Yangzhao would be the first one injured, and so quickly too. Second elder, Zhong Yangzhao seems to be in danger. That Lin Ming had only used a casual spear thrust without any martial skill or technique, and he was able to break through Zhong Yangzhao's Blood King's first murder. Since Zhong Yangzhao was competing, then naturally people from the Zhong family would also have come. The group leader was the second elder of the Zhong family. No martial skill? Heh, you're wrong. Lin Ming's spear skill has fused many unknown principles within. Every move he makes is the same as a martial skill. As the second elder gazed at the two people on stage, his pair of deep eyes shined brightly. Don't worry, that casual spear thrust is powerful, and it wouldn't be strange if he had other cards in his hand, but that Blood King's first murder that Yang Zhao just used was the weakest saber. The second saber will be 3 times as strong. And the third saber will be 3 times stronger than the second. Breaking through the first saber doesn't mean anything at all. On the martial stage, Zhong Yanzhao's eyes were brilliant. Lin Ming, your strength astonishes even me. But you're wrong if you think you'll defeat me so easily. As Zhong Yangzhao said this, the saber in his hand began to shine. The tiles under Zhong Yanzhao's feet began to be pulverized by waves of violent air. Blood King's second murder, extermination of gods and ghost. Ha! The blood energy in the air seemed to incinerate, and a crimson vortex appeared on Zhong Yanzhao's saber, instantly absorbing all of the blood energy everywhere, wiping even the sky clean. Suddenly, the energy condensed onto the saber was several times stronger than before. Lin Ming was startled. Millimeter? Once the blood energy from the first saber was fused into the second, the power actually increased so much. This is at least 3 times as strong. Lin Ming frowned. It wasn't as if he couldn't block this saber, he could. The problem was if the second saber's power had already increased by so much, then what would the third saber be like? Bang! Burning waves of blood surged towards Lin Ming. The saber energy was just like a massive river that had suddenly been unleashed from a dam, resulting in an unstoppable flood. Facing a saber energy that even covered the sky, Lin Ming instantly activated Golden Rock, shattering the void, his body like a shadow as it retreated. At the same time, the heavy, profound, soft spear struck out like a serpent. Flowers in the storm. Puff, 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 puff. In that moment, Lin Ming pierced out with hundreds of spear strikes. Each spear contained the power of thunder fused with vibrating true essence. In this continuous onslaught, the massive wave of blood continued for hundreds of feet, pushing Lin Ming to the edge of the stage before finally dissipating. The audience hadn't yet been able to respond to such a quick reversal of fortune. Just a while ago Lin Ming had broken through Zhong Yanzhao's first saber, and had even injured him. Now, Lin Ming had been pushed back so far by Zhong Yanzhao's second saber. There could only be one explanation, and that was that Zhong Yanzhao's Blood King's triple murder became increasingly powerful with each saber. Not only that, but the disparity between each strike was gargantuan. If so, then just how strong would the third saber be? How would Lin Ming deal with it? The disciples of the 36 countries couldn't help but feel nervous for Lin Ming, their faces dripping with anxious sweat. Haha, good. A Zhong family elder laughed. In all of Lin Ming's matches so far, no one had been able to push him back. Now, he was actually forced back hundreds of feet by Zhong Yanzhao's saber. Moreover, this was only the second saber of the Blood King's triple murder. The third saber would be 3 times stronger than even the second saber. The Zhong family elder wanted to see just how Lin Ming would be able to block that. Yang Zhao has already won half the battle. Now, even if Lin Ming has a hidden card in his hand, it still might not be enough to block the third saber. Millimeter. If Yang Zhao can defeat Lin Ming here, then that would be a great advantage to my Zhong family's momentum. This match is just too important. The second elder confidently spoke this as he stroked his beard. The Zhong family had been hiding their strength for the last several hundred years. Now, it was finally time to begin their revival. There was just no significance in blindly and constantly hiding their family's resources. On the contrary, what they had to do was expand their family's influence. The more influence they had, the more powerhouses they could hire to join their family. There is still the last saber. Lin Ming, I want to see how you'll block this. As Zhong Yangzhao said this, his entire body erupted with a surge of true essence. He lifted the bloodwave saber high above his head, and the entire saber began to blaze with a brilliant light. The true essence of his body was just like a flood that was being held back by the treasure sword in his hands. Lin Ming could clearly feel that the true essence reserves in Zhong Yanzhao's body were rapidly depleting. This is truly worthy of being called an Earth-step treasure sword. It can actually store so much true essence. When Lin Ming used Thunderfire Annihilation, he would instantly consume 40% of his true essence, and that was because he had to suffuse his true essence into the heretical god seed. The heretical god seed was simply a bottomless pit. But if Lin Ming tried to pour his true essence into the heavy profound soft spear, it wouldn't take much true essence before the heavy profound soft spear reached its limit. Looking at it from this aspect, the disparity between a medium-grade human step treasure and an earth step treasure was simply like clouds and mud. No wonder it is said that the Blood King's triple murder needs the earth step treasure Bloodwave Saber in order to display its power. It was for this reason. A human step treasure simply cannot contain that much true essence. Within a breath of time, Zhong Yangzhao had already poured over 50% of his true essence into the Bloodwave Saber. In addition to the consumption of the last two sabers, Zhong Yangzhao didn't even have 30% of his total true essence remaining. He was staking everything on this, a single saber to decide victory or defeat. This is my strongest ability, Blood King's absolute murder, heaven and earth collapse. Zhong Yangzhao loudly bellowed, and he suddenly rose several hundreds of feet into the air. Everything under his feet had become meaningless. Lin Ming's eyes widened. The power of Zhong Yanzhao's saber was actually 3 times stronger than the last. It kept rising by 3 times every time. In comparison to the first saber, Zhong Yanzhao's third saber was 9 times stronger. Even if Lin Ming opened the heretical god force and increased his power by 60%, he still wouldn't be able to block this saber. If he wished to confront his opponent head-on, he either had to use the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder or Thunderfire Annihilation. However, Lin Ming didn't want to use these 2 trump cards against Zhong Yangzhao. That was because he still had another card in his hand, Reverse Scale Blood. With the fusion of the true dragon energy's azure true essence, it would continually grow, endlessly. Not only was this kind of true essence all-conquering, able to break through any defense, it was tenacious and difficult to destroy. Although it wasn't eternal like a flame essence, if one wished to destroy it, they needed multiple times the true essence in order to wear it down. This was the everlasting concept that existed forever within the true dragon, eternal and immortal power. As for the present Lin Ming, he could not achieve true immortality. That was because his cultivation was limited and he wasn't able to display the full might of the reverse scale blood. Even so, this endless true essence was not so easy to destroy. Roar! With the resonant and majestic cry of a dragon, Lin Ming's aura shot into the clouds, piercing the heavens, and the reverse scale blood completely fused into his true essence. At that moment, Mu Qinghong, who had been sitting in the grand hall, was shocked in her heart, her beautiful face suddenly changing color. This is. Mu Qinghong had lived in Divine Phoenix Island for many years, and she had the bloodline of the vermilion bird injected within her body. As she heard that loud dragon's cry a moment ago, she felt the bloodline within her body tremble in fear. Could this be the strange flood dragon bloodline that Chen Yu had mentioned? She helplessly watched as the shade of a flood dragon appeared behind Li Ming once again. Compared to before, this time it was even more real. The more she looked at it, the less it seemed like a flood dragon. It was as if. True dragon. Long spear manifesting dragon. It was a true blue, genuine long spear manifesting dragon. Heavens! How old was he again? A spear genius of this level was unprecedented from ancient times until now. Bang! The vibrating true essence that contained the energy of the true dragon intensely impacted against the Blood King's absolute murder. Lin Ming's true essence had transformed into a deep azure color, standing out in stark contrast to the deep dark red that stained everywhere. It was an incomparably gorgeous and dazzling sight. It was as if space was torn apart. Intense red shockwaves violently impacted everywhere, alarmingly dire waves of blood frothing forth. But in the midst of these crazy and turbulent waves, a bright azure-colored spear light pierced through, thrusting straight towards Zhong Yanzhao's chest. Zhong Yanzhao's triumphant expression instantly froze. Puff! It was like his chest had been struck by a mountain. Zhong Yangzhao spat out a mouthful of blood, and he flew backwards like a broken rag doll. Chapter 267 Azure True Essence. Chapter 267 Azure True Essence. Chapter 267 Azure True Essence. Bang! Zhong Yangzhao smashed against the martial stage's protective barrier, the blood within his body tumbling endlessly. Although he had suffered a heavy injury, he was still able to use his saber to prop himself up on the ground, and not fall flat to the floor in a shameless scene. How could this be? Zhong Yangzhao could not believe this. He had exhausted over 50% of his true essence in order to send out the Blood King's absolute murder. The terrifying storm of saber energy that was released still wasn't able to crush that azure spear light that was several times less than his own. Instead, that spear light pierced through layer upon layer of blood waves, finally striking him down. What sort of spear light was that? It was as if it were indestructible. It was simply too terrifying. As Zhong Yangzhao looked up and saw Lin Ming, he noticed that Lin Ming was standing exactly where he had been, without a single wound on his body. Zhong Yangzhao had clearly seen that in the split second that the Blood King's absolute murder had reached Lin Ming, that azure spear light had managed to tear open a hole within the blood waves, parting them in half and allowing Lin Ming to dodge most of the attacks. As for the rest of the energy, it had struck Lin Ming but was unable to shatter apart the azure true essence that protected his body. This kind of weird true essence was too terrifying. Although it didn't feel too powerful, it was completely immutable. The entire audience was stunned silent as all of them quietly gazed at the martial stage. Zhong Yangzhao's final saber had created an extremely powerful force that had exceeded their imaginations. It had even blasted apart the array formation tiles in the center of the martial stage, leaving behind a massive crater that was over a dozen feet deep. Heavens! Was this really a showdown of the younger generation? Even a battle between late Hutian realm, or even peak Hutian realm masters would not be able to create such awe-inspiring carnage. At this moment, a thin drizzle of blood began to fall from the sky as if it were a spring rain. It hit the face, wet and sticky. After the endless waves of blood were blown apart, their powerful energy had managed to seep through the defensive barrier of the martial stage, forming clouds of blood in the sky. This phenomenon was substantialized by Zhong Yangzhao's true essence, becoming reality. His true essence manifestation was thick as blood. Even the group of referee elders were shocked speechless. This was because they had taken Jiang Baoyun as the strongest representative of all the direct disciples, and thus the strongest of the younger generation. His strength was capable of reaching the middle Hutian stage, so they had created a defensive barrier that was able to withstand attacks from a late Hutian realm master. This defensive barrier should be able to withstand a continuous onslaught from a late Hutian realm master without breaking. Yet Zhong Yangzhao's true essence manifestation blood waves had actually managed to flow through the defensive barrier. This could only mean that his striking power had reached the standard late Hutian realm master. What sort of concept was it for a half-step Hutian martial artist to have the attack power of a late Hutian realm master? This was just too difficult to imagine. The Blood King's triple murder was just too terrifying a skill, and what was even more horrifying was Lin Ming. He had actually managed to withstand such a powerful blow and counterattack. His spear had broken through the blood waves, splitting them in half. Not only was he completely safe, but he had overcome those layers of blood to strike Zhong Yangzhao. That azure true essence was not too powerful, but its unwillingness to die made one's heart quicken with fear. In the Grand Hall, Shizongtian glanced at Mu Qinghong, hesitating for a moment. He had caught Mu Qinghong's violent reaction to what had just happened in the match. From the start until now, no mighty wave of valorous performance of the martial meeting was able to startle the ever-placid Mu Qinghong. Whether it was Jiang Lanjian's swordsmanship attainments or Mu Gubuyu's essence integration boundary, Mu Qinghong had only nodded as she watched without a reaction. To her, all of this seemed common. But a moment ago, Mu Qinghong, who had always maintained a calm and indifferent expression, suddenly paled, and grasped the armrests of her chair, nearly standing up. This had caused Shizongtian a great amount of surprise. Was Mu Qinghong really someone capable of being surprised? Normally, Shizongtian would be very proud that a disciple of his sect would be able to cause a special envoy of Divine Phoenix Island to have this expression. But now, Shizongtian did not feel happy or satisfied at all. Mu Qinghong had obviously noticed something in particular, But Shizongtian hadn't seen it at all. He suspected that the azure true essence was what Mu Qinghong was surprised about, but as for what secrets it held, he did not know. He searched his own memory for information on this azure true essence. Was it a special sort of martial intent? Or, could it be true essence concept? Thinking this, Shizongtian's heart began to quiver. If it really was a true essence concept, then that was simply heaven-defying. There were exceedingly few people that were able to comprehend a true essence concept. These people were beyond the rare among rare. This concept that Lin Ming seemed to have understood looked like the legendary eternal true essence concept where true essence grew endless, refusing to die, nearly immortal. But was this really possible? He was still in the bone forging stage, and yet he had comprehended a true essence concept. Not only that, but it was the legendary eternal true essence. Mu Qinghong noticed Shizongtian observing her. Knowing that it was a breach of conduct, she smiled and asked, "Does Valley Master Shi have anything to say?" Shizongtian was slightly stunned, and then he smiled and said, "Nothing, I was just laughing at how stupid and shoddy my judgment of the 7 Profound Valleys disciples has been. There was such an unpolished jade in my land, and yet the first one to discover this was actually the vaunted Saintess. The Saintess' eyes are like an all-seeing beacon. It's no wonder that divine Phoenix Island has been thriving this past millennia." Shizongtian's words were filled with a trace of discontent. He was obviously dissatisfied with divine Phoenix Island reaching their hands out so far. As for that azure true essence, there was no point in him taking the initiative to ask. Mu Qinghong was just too clever to reveal anything. Ha ha, all of the uncut jades in this world will belong where they are destined for. What does Valley Master Shi think of this? Shizongtian's complexion immediately became ugly. He icily said, "Fair Maiden Qinghong's remarks are simply too biased. Only those uncut jades that are ownerless will find their way to whoever they are destined for. As for those uncut jades that already have a master, it is best to take them up and personally polish them. Valley Master Shi, isn't Lin Ming not even a disciple of your 7 Profound Valleys? My family's young mistress merely had a fateful encounter with Lin Ming, but didn't take him away. In this matter, divine Phoenix Island has already showed extreme patience, doing everything humanly possible. Why must Valley Master Shi be so unbecomingly hostile?" Mu Qinghong said with a light humph. As Shizongtian heard this, he suddenly paused. It was true that he was a bit nervous and thought that divine Phoenix Island was trying to poach someone from him. But, he also wondered, if Lin Ming's talent was so amazing, why would divine Phoenix Island let him go? He would be a top-tier talent even with a 4th-grade sect. But as he thought about it some more, if divine Phoenix Island really came to dig in his little corner of land, there was no reason to do all of this. They could have already taken him away with irresistible offers and promises. Shizongtian said, "I apologize if I offended Fairy Maiden Qinghong. It's just that to a small 3rd-grade sect like mine, a peerless genius is truly too important. With a peerless talent, it might be that several hundred years from now, my 7 Profound Valleys might possibly reach the turning point of becoming a 4th-grade sect. Because of this, I was just a bit too excited and aggressive." Although it seemed like too much of an exaggeration to claim that the power of a single person could cause a 3rd-grade sect to rise to a 4th-grade sect, there was still some truth in it. If Lin Ming could reach the peak revolving core realm and then hire some capable individuals, this might be possible. A peak revolving core master seemed as if it were an incomparably distant goal. Yet with Lin Ming's trivial peak bone forging cultivation, he was still able to compare to a Hutian realm master. In the future, there was a glimmer of hope that he could reach the peak revolving core realm. Above the martial stage, Zhong Yangzhao had already smothered the restlessness within his chest with true essence. He wiped the blood from his mouth and sullenly smiled, slowly shaking his head. "I admit defeat." His 3 sabers had consumed over 70% of his true essence, and he even had the support of a low-grade Earthstep treasure saber. In comparison, Lin Ming hadn't even used up 10% of his true essence, and he only used a medium-grade human step treasure spear. In that situation, Lin Ming was even able to counterattack and wound him. This disparity between them was just too great. Zhong Yangzhao felt as if Lin Ming was a towering mountain that pierced the heavens. It was too difficult to hope to reach him. "Well fought." Lin Ming cupped his fists together in respect and then put away his heavy, profound, soft spear. Lin Ming, victory. With the announcement of the referee, the second elder of the Zhong family exhaled a heavy breath. He muttered, "This child is simply a dragon within a deep pool. Yang Zhao didn't lose without just cause." Although Zhong Yang Zhao had lost the match, the Zhong family had managed to show their power and influence. Zhong Yanzhao's final saber was able to compare to a late Hutian master's all-out attack. It was enough to shock the entire audience. Since he lost to Lin Ming in that situation, he could only blame it on his own ability being inferior. When Lin Ming returned to the contestant waiting area, many of the other contestants were unconsciously looking at him. Some had complex expressions, some looked jealous, some looked fearful, some looked excited, and some even looked appreciative. During the third round of the tournament, Lin Ming had stepped into the spotlight, leaving a deep impression on the audience's minds, not unlike the mummy Mugu Buyu who had comprehended the essence integration boundary. Of course, this only meant that Lin Ming had caused a shock within the audience's minds that was equal to Mugu Buyu. It didn't imply that his strength was on par with Mugu Buyu. In the opinion of the majority of the audience, the essence integration boundary that Mugu Buyu had reached was a realm that could only be reached by a Xiantian master. Mugu Buyu's strength likely exceeded even Jiang Baoyun's, and he had become the number one master of the 7 direct disciples. This point could be seen from the gambling house. Before Mugu Buyu had revealed his essence integration boundary, Jiang Baoyun's odds was 1-1. 6. As for another popular favorite, Ouyang Ming, his odds was 1:4. At that time, Mugu Buyu's odds was also 1:4. But after Mugu Buyu revealed his essence integration boundary, his odds had plummeted down to 1-1. 8. As for Jiang Baoyun, his had risen to 1:2. 5. And as for Ouyang Ming, his odds rose to 1:6. With these odds, there weren't many people that bet on Ouyang Ming. Even the disciples of the Acacia faction mostly bet on Mugu Buyu. It was worth mentioning that Lin Ming had finally appeared on the list of possible champion candidates. In his first appearance, his odds were 1:12. These odds were already quite good. As for Zhong Yangzhao, his odds were 1:35. Xingxuan. In the audience, Qin Xingxuan suddenly heard Lin Ming's true essence sound transmission in her mind. "Ah, Lin Ming, are you all right?" The scene of Lin Ming fighting within those waves of blood kept repeating within Qin Xingxuan's mind, caused her heart to wildly dance. One reason was that she had been extremely frightened and worried. As for the second, that was due to the young and precocious feelings that were budding within a young girl's heart, which caused her heartbeat to accelerate. Lin Ming's voice was playful. "Go to the gambling house and bet 300 true essence stones that I will win. I'll buy them. If you don't have enough true essence stones, you can borrow some from Martial Housemaster Qin. Later I'll return the true essence stones to you." 300 true essence stones? Qin Xingxuan gasped in surprise. Even though she came from a wealthy family, this number was just too startling. This was 300,000 gold. Listening to Lin Ming's words, he believed he had a very high chance of winning. If he really did win, then he would win 3,600 true essence stones. Heavens! 3,600 true essence stones was 3.6 million gold taels. Even to the martial quarters, that was an inestimably large sum of money. It had to be known that the yearly expenses of the martial quarters only amounted to 200,000 or 300,000 gold taels. Millimeter, that's right, 300 true essence stones. The amount of true essence stones that Lin Ming needed in order to cultivate now was no small number. These many years the 7 profound valleys had sucked up who knew how many resources from the surrounding countries. This amount wasn't even enough to cover interest. Because this gambling house was started by some disciples with an elder backing them, Lin Ming wanted to bet 1,000 or 2,000 true essence stones and have them compensate several tens of thousands of true essence stones in one go. However, the ones who managed the gambling house were only personal disciples. They couldn't necessarily repay 3,600 true essence stones. That should be equal to several months of expenses for these personal disciples. They should be able to repay it. Chapter 268 Abyssal Flames. Chapter 268 Abyssal Flames. Chapter 268 Abyssal Flames. I admit defeat. During the fourth round of the tournament, Lin Ming's opponent chose to directly admit defeat. This was already quite rare for anyone that managed to enter in the finals. Even if they faced one of the several direct disciples and knew perfectly well that they would never win, they still played out a symbolic battle. Many of the disciples purely came to experience the strength of the direct disciples and exchange moves with them. As for Lin Ming, he could have been described as a complete unknown before the total faction martial meeting. Because of this, there weren't many people that were interested in exchanging blows with him and ultimately end up disgracing themselves. Lin Ming won with ease. Afterwards, it was time for Fang Qi to step on stage. Fang Qi finally ended his streak of bad luck. He managed to face a disciple who wasn't too strong or too weak, and he ended up winning via overwhelming superiority. Fang Qi ended the match with the fastest speed he could muster. It was as if he were trying to use this method to announce to the audience that he wasn't weak. It was just that his luck was bad and he met two abnormal fellows. As the matches continued one at a time, they were either unequal matches or the two contestants were relatively weak, so there wasn't much anticipation in the audience. It seemed as if the fourth round would end with no great waves occurring, but in the last game, there was actually a relatively shocking match that was announced, Huiyang Luo against Mugu Jirong. Up until now, these two had experienced complete victory. Han Yang Luo was the direct disciple of the Refiner faction, but Mugu Jirong was the second-ranked disciple of the Puppet faction. This was a battle between a direct disciple and a second-ranked disciple, and yet the audience favored Mugu Jirong. Although Huiyang Luo was a direct disciple, the Array faction and Refiner faction had always been the two factions with the weakest combat potential. This was because a person had limited time and energy, and the disciples of these factions had to invest an excessive amount of time and effort into learning refining and array skills. This would inevitably affect their own strength. In the general opinion of the audience, Huiyang Luo was on the same level as Fang Qi. By comparison, Mugu Jirong may have been a second disciple, but he originated from the secretively formidable Puppet faction. With only Mugu Buyu in front of him, the strength of this Mugu Jirong also had to be abnormally strong. This match had a separate bet within the gambling house. Huiyang Luo's odds were 1:3, but Mugu Jirong's were 1:1. For from the very start of the match, Mugu Jirong brought out 3 puppets. 2 of them were corpse puppets, and the last was a mechanical puppet created from materials. As the 3 puppets attacked together, Han Yang Luo quickly found himself surrounded and in danger. Mugu Jirong smiled with a strange jjihe sound. Although he hadn't yet reached the essence integration boundary, he was still more than enough to deal with some Refiner faction disciple. Within several moves, Huiyang Luo was forced into a dead end. Jeej, the refining faction is just so weak. You can't even beat me, but you think you can take on my senior apprentice brother? Let me send on your way. Pa. The mechanical puppet's 4 arms took out shining long knives. But the other 2 corpse puppets also began to revolve true essence throughout their bodies. They were planning to attack Huiyang Luo from 3 different angles. This was a sure kill situation. At this critical moment, Huiyang Luo's pupils flashed with a dazzling red light. It was the color of fire. Abyssal flames, explode. Bang! It was as if Huiyang Luo's body detonated and massive red-crimson salamanders ran out from his body, directly streaking towards the 3 puppet. A nightmarish blazing heat wave broke out, and the 3 puppets were washed in flame. The 2 corpse puppets were instantly burned to charcoal, and the last mechanical puppet was left half-burned in fire. Even the stone tiles underneath Han Yang Luo melted, turning into magma. Mugu Jirong was shocked. How was this possible? Even from a distance of over 100 feet away, he could still feel that scorching hot heat wave. It was no different to a massive tsunami, flowing without end. He didn't doubt that if he hadn't withdrawn his true essence to protect his body, then even his clothes would have been instantly burnt away. What kind of fire was this? Was this a flame essence? Even a normal flame essence wouldn't have such amazing power. It could only be a high-grade flame essence. Han Yang Luo, a mere peak pulse condensation martial artist, was actually able to absorb a high-grade flame essence. At this time, The audience watching the match was stunned. There were many among them that had a great understanding of flame essences. Heavens! Abyssal flames. A medium-grade human step flame essence. It's also the highest among all the medium-grade human step flame essences. One needs to be at least at the peak Hutian realm in order to absorb such a flame essence. How did Huoyang Luo manage to absorb this? As the disciples of the 7 profound valleys discussed this, the disciples of the refiner faction's eyes were particularly blood-red. A flame essence was something that they longed for in their every dream. Let alone a medium-grade human step flame essence, even a low-grade human step flame essence was something that they could only ever hope for in vain. Do not envy him, envying him is useless. Huoyan Luo's father is the sovereign of the refiner faction. This medium-grade human step flame essence was definitely placed within Huoyan Luo's body by the refiner faction sovereign using some sort of special technique. For instance, if he had let Huoyang Luo suppress the flame essence in advance by soaking in glacial ice divine spring waters, and then resting on a polar jade bed. If he had these things, he would be able to absorb the flame essence with only a cultivation at the early Hutian realm. Although Huoyang Luo is only at the peak pulse condensation period, his talent is quite amazing. He has a 6th grade fire origin energy fusion compatibility. An early Hutian realm cultivation limit isn't something that can stop him. Glacial ice divine spring? Heavens! I've only ever heard about something like that. It said that a single vial takes 50 or 60,000 true essence stones, yet it was only used to let Huoyang Luo absorb the abyssal flame several boundaries early. This is just too extravagant a cost. Don't complain, who told you not to have such a great father? Then again, senior apprentice brother Huo's talent is just too amazing. Even if we had the same resources given to us, do you think we could do anything about it? We might have already been burnt to toast by the abyssal flame. Ah, that is a medium-grade human step flame essence. I don't even expect to be able to build up my hollow flame essence to a 500-year rank in my life. In the future, I would be content just to have a low-grade human step flame essence. In the Grand Hall of the 7 Profound Valleys, the Sword Faction sovereign smiled as he turned to Huoyan Luo's father Huoxian, and said, "Old Huo, you really invested a lot this time." The Sword Faction sovereign already knew that Huoyang Luo had absorbed a flame essence, he just didn't know that it was the medium-grade human step abyssal flame. Don't mention it. I already wasted over an entire year of time in order to help my useless son absorb the abyssal flame. Although Huoxian seemed to complain, his entire face was all smiles. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his son. He had done all of this in order to have his son amaze the world at this total faction martial meeting. Although it would be difficult to take first place, he should still easily manage to reach the top 5. There was even a glimmer of hope to reach the top 3. To the refiner faction that was normally weaker in combat, this was already a very good result. I heard that Yenluo's fire true essence has reached a 6th grade fusion. The one was asking was a sword faction great elder. Huoxian's face was red with delight and pride. He waved his hand and said, "Medium 6th grade, far from satisfactory." Ignoring his family background, the fact that Huoyang Luo was able to absorb a medium-grade human step flame essence with his peak pulse condensation cultivation proved that he had a prodigious talent. If it wasn't because of his 6th grade fusion, then no matter how many resources Huoxian invested in him, it would still be useless. On the martial stage, it was unexpectedly difficult to suppress the flames that burnt the puppets. Mugu Jirong watched helplessly as his mechanical puppet was almost entirely burnt away. It had to be known that the main body of the mechanical puppet was created from fire-resistant purple smoke wood. It wouldn't melt even if placed with dark steel magma, and yet it had instantly been burnt by the abyssal flames. As for the puppet skeleton, it was made from high-grade human step treasure-aged gold. Even the heavy profound soft silver that was used to create the elastic joints melted away. The power of this medium-grade human step flame essence was obvious. Didn't this mean that most treasures of martial artists would also be melted by the abyssal flame if they didn't have true essence protection? Huoyang Luo, I will remember you. Mugu Jirong retrieved the leftover pieces of the mechanical puppet into his puppet bag. He stared at Huoyang Luo with vulture-like eyes, I acknowledge that I have lost this match. But next time, I will have you pay back everything you owe me, plus interest. Huo Yanluo's thick eyebrows furrowed together. He coldly said, "You still act in such a sad manner even though you lost. Just who do you think you are?" Humph. Mugu Jirong coldly snorted and then turned around to leave the stage. Before Huo Yangluo could say anything, he suddenly discovered that Mugu Buyu was staring at him from the side of the martial stage, his pair of beady eyes just like a venomous snake gazing at its prey. Han Yangluo felt as if a chilling breeze touched his body. But knowing that he had the abyssal flame, he was not afraid of Mugu Buyu any longer. What other tricks could he play once all of his puppets were burnt down? Thinking this, Han Yangluo regained his confidence and stared back at Mugu Buyu without fear. The puppet faction hated showing weakness the most. Now that Huo Yangluo had ruined Mugu Jirong's 3 puppets and thus greatly reduced his combat strength, Mugu Buyu would certainly be looking forward to avenging this loss. Huo Yangluo, victory. As the referee elder made his announcement, the audience resounded with vibrant cheers. Although many of the refiner faction disciples still had some envious thoughts, they acknowledged Huo Yanluo's talent and were sincerely convinced by him. Since Huo Yangluo was the direct disciple of the refiner faction and had also defeated a powerful enemy, this was naturally worth cheering for. The refiner faction was usually on the losing side, and yet this time they had created such a magnificent scene, how could they not be proud and exultant? We're really seeing such fantastic scenes in these finals. Before it was Mugu Buyu and Lin Ming who stole the scene, and now this time it's our refiner faction's turn. Now that senior apprentice brother Hua has a medium-grade human step flame essence, he should be able to stop Lin Ming, Huan Xiaodai, and Qin Wuxin. Although, I just don't know how he will compare to someone like Mugu Buyu or Jiang Baoyun. Even if he's not their match, that means he's still guaranteed to reach the top 5, or he might even be able to fight for the top 3. This time our refiner faction will really gain some face. In the contestant waiting area, Lin Ming stroked his chin. He hadn't expected that Huo Yangluo would actually display a medium-grade human step flame essence and cause such a great stir. It seems that a flame essence and thunder soul are much more valuable and precious than I had first assumed. If I remember correctly, Mu Qianyu said that the purple flood dragon divine thunder was a low-grade earth step. Luckily, Mu Qinghong came to the 7 profound valleys, otherwise I fear that I wouldn't be able to display the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Now that I have the support of Mu Qinghong, I can use any ability I wish. The more strength I show, the more resources I will be able to obtain. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he suddenly heard the referee announce, 6th round, first match. Lin Ming against Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian? Lin Ming was completely surprised. He didn't think that he would meet Jiang Lanjian so soon. Chapter 269 Lin Ming vs Jiang Lanjian. Chapter 269 Lin Ming vs Jiang Lanjian. Chapter 269 Lin Ming vs Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian also hadn't thought that the match between him and Lin Ming would come so soon. This battle was one he was thoroughly looking forward to. It could be said that out of all his future opponents, Lin Ming was the one he most hoped to fight. It wasn't because Lin Ming was the strongest. In Jiang Lanjian's opinion, Lin Ming's strength had already reached the top 5, and maybe top 3. But, Lin Ming's spearmanship actually caused Jiang Lanjian's heart to race with excitement. His understanding of spearmanship was not inferior at all to Jiang Baoyun's swordsmanship. What Jiang Lanjian most anticipated was the process of fighting with Lin Ming. In doing so, he hoped to increase his own comprehension of swordsmanship. Let's go on stage. This battle is one that I've been long awaiting. I will use everything I have in this match. Jiang Lanjian looked at Lin Ming, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. His footsteps were quick, he had already appeared on the martial stage. Lin Ming also launched Golden Rock, shattering the void. His body flickered and he suddenly appeared 100 feet away from Jiang Lanjian. The entire audience held their breath, paying close attention to this battle between a sword genius and a spear genius. This match was one they were all impatiently hoping for, even more than Lin Ming's later fight with Jiang Baoyun. This was because Lin Ming and Jiang Lanjian's strength probably weren't too far off. Although the current Lin Ming who was in the spotlight seemed better, Jiang Lanjian still hadn't revealed the cards in his hands. Qin Xingxuan unconsciously gripped her hands tight. Out of all the seeded players, Jiang Lanjian was the one she had contacted the most. They had been in close proximity a few times, and she was clearly able to feel the great power that emanated from Jiang Lanjian. This power even seemed to be above her master, Mr. Mui. If Jiang Lanjian was placed within Sky Fortune Kingdom, his strength would at least be equal to a middle Hutian master. Jiang Lanjian was only around 19 or 20 years old. As for her master Mr. Mui, he was already over 100 years old. This difference alone already stated the evident disparity between them. As Qin Xingxuan thought back to over half a year ago when she had accompanied her master to see Lin Ming in the Great Clarity Pavilion's kitchen, she was overcome with many emotions. She had absolutely never imagined that the young boy from that time would grow even stronger than her master in less than a single year. Jiang Lanjian flicked the long sword in his hand, a sharp energy emitting outwards. As he stood there, he seemed like a towering mountain peak, his lofty sword wind blowing from all directions, sweeping away the world. Kai kai kai. Lin Ming could clearly hear Jiang Lanjian's sword wind piercing his own aura. In comparison to Lin Ming's calm aura that was like an immovable mountain, Jiang Lanjian's sword wind obviously had a much greater attack power. Graceful sword. As Jiang Lanjian stuck out with his sword, its speed was beyond incredible. His figure became a series of phantoms, and the sword light condensed into a fine line. Hidden within the air, it was almost invisible. This was highly compressed true essence, its speed was simply frightening. How could Lin Ming block this? Lin Ming's vision widened. In his eyes, it also appeared that the sword light had vanished. However, he still had his perception, and the wind around him whispered to him where that sword wind was moving. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly vanished from where he was, even the tiles under his feet cracked apart. Cha. As soon as Jiang Lanjian turned around, he cut out with 36 sword strikes. Every single sword light was like a thin line, concise to the extreme. Highly compressed true essence was imbued within the sword energy. It was incomparably sharp. Not only that, but all of Jiang Lanjian's sword strokes came from inconceivably tricky angles. It was just impossible to determine the trajectory of the sword, they could not be seen. In the audience, as Zhong Yangzhao witnessed this display of sword skill, he let out a long breath of air. The true essence that Jiang Lanjian poured into his sword light wasn't strong, it could even be said to be weak, but after being highly compressed, it became truly fierce and keen. His own Blood King's triple murder had a powerful striking force that was extremely startling. With just a saber strike, he had been able to shatter the arena and match a late Hutian realm master. In terms of just that striking force, Jiang Lanjian could be said to be inferior to him. But the key point was, would he ever have the opportunity to use this strike, considering Jiang Lanjian's speed? Although the time it took for Blood King's triple murder to gather strength was very short, it still took almost a breath of time. To a martial arts master, that was already more than enough time. At that point, Lin Ming had been standing still on his area and allowing him to freely strike. But if it were Jiang Lanjian fighting him, he would instantly appear in front of him. What would happen then? As Zhong Yangzhao imagined himself facing Jiang Lanjian's pervasive sword light, he broke into a cold sweat. As he ran the hypothetical scenario in his mind, he realized that once he was covered by this sword light, he would be defeated without a doubt. It seems I looked down wrongly on the 7 Profound Valley's direct disciples. I thought that this time I could reach the first 5, but it seems that I can't even deal with a mere Jiang Lanjian. It will be difficult to reach the top 5. Lin Ming's fighting style is similar to mine, it is absolute suppression by force and aura, and his weapon is also meant for sweeping away armies of enemies, it isn't one that excels at speed. So just how will he deal with this? Jiang Lanjian's attacks didn't give an earth-shattering feeling, but they were pitilessly sharp and approached the extreme of speed. Jiang Lanjian's attacks and Zhong Yangzhao's were on 2 different ends of the spectrum. Zhong Yangzhao couldn't imagine any way for Lin Ming to block Jiang Lanjian's sword. Did this mean that it was time for Lin Ming's winning streak to come to an end? This thought appeared not only in Zhong Yanzhao's mind, but also in most of the Seven Profound Valleys elders. The sword faction was well known as the wealthiest and strongest faction within the Seven Profound Valleys. These rumors were not groundless. They wholeheartedly pursued the path of the sword, swift and fierce, endless variation, quick, sharp. All of these traits were displayed at the highest level by Jiang Lanjian's hand. On the martial stage, Lin Ming was continuously forced back dozens of feet until he finally reached the edge of the stage. There was nowhere left to go. His spear still contained the power of mountains and oceans as before, but when facing Jiang Lanjian's sword he had only been able to use flowers in the storm to block, and wasn't able to overcome the avalanche of sword light. Still, Lin Ming had another way. When Lin Ming had fought Zhu Yang's sword skills had already reached a high degree of proficiency. Still, Lin Ming had managed to keep him down. For every 3 or 4 sword strikes that Zhu Yang released, Lin Ming only used a single spear. By depending on flow like silk, he had been able to use that vastly dangerous vibrating true essence to redirect most of Zhu Yang's sword light. But Jiang Lanjian's strength was far superior to that of Zhu Yang. His sword light was condensed to the extreme, where it was sufficient to break through the vibrating true essence. But what if this vibrating true essence was combined with the power of the true dragon? In that split second, Lin Ming's true essence turned into a vividly pure azure color. Endless azure true essence gushed forth. Ding 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 ding. Jiang Lanjian's countless sword lights poured onto that spear light like a torrential rain shower. In that moment, Jiang Lanjian only felt as if his sword were striking against a mountain. Lin Ming's spear was fused with a heavy vibrating true essence that emerged endlessly. No matter how condensed or thin his sword light was, he still wasn't able to pierce through. Peng peng peng. Jiang Lanjian's sword light was abruptly dispersed by the vibrations. The vast tide of azure true essence continuously welled forth. No matter how quick Jiang Lanjian's sword light was, or how many cuts he made, they were all completely blocked by this tremendous azure true essence. If a normal person were to defend using their true essence, then Jiang Lanjian would have long since broken through their defense. As for Lin Ming, his azure true essence continued to grow, immovable. Facing this great resistance, Jiang Lanjian felt as if his sword was a fish that was stuck in mud. His speed dropped precipitously. Millimeter. My heartbeat. Jiang Lanjian was shocked. In that instant, he had felt the rhythm of his heartbeat being affected by that vast tide of vibrating true essence. It was as if all the blood in his body was trying to flow in reverse, and all of the true essence within his meridians was running amok in complete disorder. Just what was going on? Jiang Lanjian's expression changed. Is this the power of vibration? You've comprehended a concept. Concept. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. He had managed to comprehend the concept of wind because he cultivated golden rock shattering the void. But as for other concepts, he had no understanding of them, and he didn't have the time to ponder or meditate on them either. When he had fused the azure true essence with flow like silk, the effect was much better. Of course, this was only from a preliminary fusion of the reverse scale blood. If he were able to display the full prestige of the reverse scale blood, it would definitely be stronger. No wonder the sorcerer had listed the reverse scale blood as the most precious treasure within the sorcerer holy land. The audience was at a loss from the sudden change in the battle. They had only seen that Jiang Lanjian had released that incomparably sharp and deadly sword light a moment ago, and then he was actually forced back by Lin Ming's spear. They were just unclear as to what had happened during that time. Zhong Yangzhao felt like his mind had fogged over. He thought that Lin Ming would surely have lost at that moment, and he wasn't clear why the tables had suddenly turned. Elder Jiang, what do you think just happened a moment ago? It wasn't only the audience that was confused, even most of the elders failed to see the deep and profound mysteries and principles within Lin Ming's spear. They hadn't yet experienced the power of vibration personally. It was something that was difficult to see with just one's eyes. Elder Jiang was a great elder of the sword faction. Jiang Lanjian was a child that he had single-handedly raised up. It's a kind of concept. When Elder Jiang spoke up about this so-called concept, It was in truth a utilization of a natural law. Without a doubt, the spear that Lin Ming had used had contained a law a moment ago. This law was able to dismantle Jiang Lanjian's onslaught. Concept. A 16-year-old little boy was able to comprehend a concept and utilize a law. This boy's perception is just too ridiculous. Has Lan Jian even comprehended a concept? He has, but his is inferior to his opponent. Elder Jiang's voice sank as he said this. Jiang Lanjian's talent was absolutely amazing. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Baoyun was an even more amazing individual, Jiang Lanjian would have no doubt been the direct disciple. Jiang Lanjian was much older than Lin Ming, and he had only been able to barely touch upon the concept threshold with personalized guidance. A concept was a utilization of the power of laws. The power of laws was the underlying strength and origin source of every force in the entire universe. To want to comprehend this through meditation was easier said than done. From this aspect, Lin Ming was far more dazzling and superior to Jiang Lanjian. On the martial stage, Lin Ming was quietly thinking. To say that his power of vibration was a concept wasn't wrong. Flow like silk could be said to be the law of vibration. It was the fusion of that law with the countless tiny units within the human body. Nearly every martial artist within Skyspill continent didn't even know that the human body was comprised of countless tiny units. It would simply be impossible for them to be able to comprehend this law through meditation. Lin Ming, you give me too many surprises. Jiang Lanjian took a deep breath, and the true essence within his body began to undergo a subtle change. His aura became mercurial, elusive, and capricious like the wind. Jiang Lanjian had already touched the threshold of the concept of wind. Under the instruction of the Sword Faction's Great Elder, he had been able to combine this concept of wind into his own sword. This ability was Jiang Lanjian's trump card, and now he had to choice but to use it. But to tell the truth, even with the advantage of this concept, Jiang Lanjian had no certainty that he would win. To him, Lin Ming was simply an immeasurably deep ocean. He was unable to estimate exactly how deep his limit was. Concept of wind. Jiang Lanjian's sword light, which had started as a thin line, suddenly scattered out. His sword energy was like the wind, without a shadow and without a trace. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Concept of wind. The concept of wind could actually be used in this way? Chapter 270 Concept Showdown. Chapter 270 Concept Showdown. Chapter 270 Concept Showdown. Lin Ming had already comprehended the concept of wind a long time ago. The basis for his comprehension of the concept of wind was the top movement skill from the realm of the gods, Golden Rock Shattering the Void. Golden Rock Shattering the Void was created by a senior Supreme Elder who had watched the cataclysmic battle between a golden-winged rock and a true dragon. Afterwards, he had gone into closed seclusion for 60 years to meditate and comprehend the deep mysteries behind it. It could be said that the wind attribute god beast, the golden-winged rock, was the original ancestor of all wind. If the concept of wind was comprehended from its movements, the lofty heights of its boundary could be imagined. Lin Ming's perception wasn't amazingly high, but it was by no means low. After a very long time, he had been able to trace upon the most basic superficial knowledge of Golden Rock Shattering the Void. Still, this little bit wasn't something that a normal martial artist of the Skyspill continent could ever compare to. Even a wind attribute martial artist who thoroughly studied wind true essence for their entire life would not be able to achieve something like this. This could be called different starting points between their comprehensions of the concept of wind. Lin Ming's starting point was simply much, much higher. It wasn't something that a disciple of the 7 profound valleys could catch up to if they diligently trained for their entire life. It was just like how a common martial artist had a completely different starting point compared to a disciple of a great sect. Although Lin Ming had understood a very high boundary of the concept of wind, in terms of utilizing its abilities, he could only find out through his own experiences. Lin Ming understood how to use the concept of wind for movement, but he didn't know that the concept of wind could also be used in attacking. I have to see just how the concept of wind can be used offensively. This is just a wonderful inspiration. Lin Ming activated his soul force, tracing each and every action of Jiang Lanjian's movements with his perception. Jiang Lanjian's sword seemed to be fused into the air. One couldn't even see the blade, they only saw brilliantly flashing sword lights. Hoo. All of the surrounding wind was attracted by Jiang Lanjian's sword energy, creating a massive cyclone. It's getting windy here. Everyone in the audience felt a sudden change with the wind in the air, as if every single air current was converging onto the center of the stage. How is this possible? The martial stage has protective array formations. Jiang Lanjian's true essence shouldn't be able to break through it. Many of the disciples expressed surprise and wonder. At this moment, a sword faction disciple stuck out his chest and proudly said, "He, what do you know? A concept is a power of laws." Senior apprentice Brother Jiang has already firmly grasped the power of a law. It's just as if he were overlooking us from the top of the highest cliff. How could this power that comes from the origin of all existence be stopped by a Hutian-level protection array? The power of laws, it didn't even need to break through, but could still penetrate a Hutian-level array formation? Regardless of whether it was a disciple of the 7 profound valleys, 36 countries, or 16 martial families, all of them were beyond startled. This was simply too abnormal. If one can comprehend a concept, they can ignore an array formation. Then can an array faction disciple who has comprehended a concept fight against someone who has also comprehended a concept? A martial artist from the 36 countries humbly asked. The sword faction disciple looked at that disciple with disdain. "Humph, you think that it's so easy to comprehend a concept? Its power is just too remote for the likes of you. Let alone your 36 countries, even in the entire younger generation of our 7 profound valleys, the number of people who have managed to comprehend a concept can be counted on a single hand. It's not difficult to use an array formation to suppress a concept, it just needs an array master to also have comprehended that concept and then add that concept into the array formation. Can be counted on a single hand." Hearing this number, many of the disciples present gasped. When this disciple mentioned younger generation, that meant all disciples that were 26 or younger. That included not just the geniuses of this total faction martial meeting, but even the disciples of the last martial meeting, and the martial meeting before that. With all of these talents added together, the number of people who have managed to comprehend a concept still could be counted on a single hand. If this number was true, then Jiang Lanjian's perception was absolutely monstrous. If it wasn't for the even more abnormal Jiang Baoyun, then Jiang Lanjian would certainly have been the sword faction's direct disciple. On the martial stage, the wind was blowing faster and faster, the air currents gathering to an extreme. Jiang Lanjian moved, his body suddenly blurring. Absolute murder breeze blade. In that instant, all the wind in the air seemed to come to a standstill. Jiang Lanjian thrust out his sword, and 72 fierce sword energies molded into wind blades that pierced towards Lin Ming's side. However, Jiang Lanjian's sword had vanished into the wind of the world was his sword. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. True essence poured into the wind, and the sword melted into the wind. Using the wind as a sword, this was another way to utilize the concept of wind. The long spear in Lin Ming's hand began to tremble, the vibrating true essence within howling into the air, responding to Lin Ming's desire to block Jiang Lanjian's sword energy. But at this moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Ming hadn't imagined that the first thing he would see coming at him was not the sword energy that Jiang Lanjian had released, but the hardened eyes of Jiang Lanjian. Millimeter. Lin Ming was shocked. His movement speed was actually quicker than the sword energy. Cha. The long sword drew out an arc. Jiang Lanjian was actually a step faster than his own sword energy. He arrived in front of Lin Ming first, his sword stabbing out. At such a close distance and with the fast sword fused with the concept of wind, it was impossible for Lin Ming to dodge, and he didn't have time to lift his spear. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's palm formed a saber, and he slapped down on Jiang Lanjian's sword, keeping off a saber with his hand. This was madness, utter madness. The minds of everyone in the audience flashed with this thought. A sword and a spear were different. It was possible to keep off a spear by pushing down on the spear shaft, but a sword had 2 bladed sides, and this sword also contained an incomparably keen sword energy. Not only that, but the sword wielder was the sword talent Jiang Lanjian. Even dark steel would be cut apart by Jiang Lanjian's sword. Did Lin Ming not want this hand anymore? In that flash of light, the audience simply didn't have time to reflect on what was happening. Lin Ming's hand had already slapped down on top of the sword. A turbulent azure true essence raged out. The vibrating true essence was just like the tide of the ocean as it rushed the sword blade. Kai kai kai. Jiang Lanjian's blade was severely sharp, it endlessly sliced open true essence, but the azure true essence was simply endless, it could not be cut apart. Jiang Lanjian was greatly surprised. He tried to arouse the true essence in his body to break apart Lin Ming's azure true essence, but at this moment, he felt his own sword violently shake. Lin Ming's true essence had penetrated through to his sword, scattering his sword energy. What? Jiang Lanjian was shocked. He immediately pulled back his sword and withdrew like a storm. But in the moment that he retreated, the 72 sword energies that he had released earlier rushed around him, piercing towards Lin Ming. This was the sword energy that he had previously sent forth. He had fused them completely into the wind. From the start until now, there had been no gap in this all-out attack, it was simply overwhelming. Lin Ming had just blocked Jiang Lanjian's attack, and hadn't yet fully recovered from it. He was just unable to resist this blow. Lin Ming shouted out and flew backwards. At the same time, the azure light protecting him suddenly rose like a deep-sea sun. Heretical God Force, open. The azure true essence poured out without reservation, torrent upon torrent of blazing blue light. Puff 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 puff. Although he had just managed to barely force away most of the sword energy, part of the sharp sword energy that contained the concept of wind managed to pierce through the true essence protecting Lin Ming. Even though he had opened the heretical God Force, that sword energy had still made its way through and cut into his flesh. However, Lin Ming's bodily defense had transformed after his experience in the Sorcerer Pagoda, and his body was tough to an abnormal degree. As blood oozed from his wounds, Lin Ming was forced back dozens of feet until he stopped. He had been injured by 13 sword strokes. After the azure true essence that protected his body weakened, the sword energy also weakened. As it cut into Lin Ming's tough flesh, it only cut less than an inch deep. To a martial artist with true essence at the altering muscle or bone forging stage, this could only be considered a light superficial wound. Seeing Lin Ming stand on the martial stage as if nothing had happened, the audience all gaped at him. Was Lin Ming's body made from iron? Even iron would have been reduced to pieces. He had kept off the sword with his hand. The hand was fine, and the sword had been forced away. He had used his body to directly withstand the sword energy, and he had only received a light wound. This defensive power was just an anomaly. It had to be said that the sword and sword energy were sent out by Jiang Lanjian, and he had also fused the concept of wind into his strikes. The offensive attack power of the sword faction was number 1 within the entire 7 profound valleys, and Jiang Lanjian was the second-ranked talent of the sword faction's younger generation. His sword energy could easily slice apart dark steel. In the contestant waiting area, Zhong Yangzhao was surging with emotions, his skin crawling with goosebumps. He imagined that if he had exchanged places with Lin Ming and had to face Jiang Lanjian who could use the concept of wind, then he would be defeated without a doubt. This was simply too depressing a thought. Let alone the late 72 sword energies, Zhong Yangzhao wouldn't even be able to keep off that first sword strike of Jiang Lanjian's. It was simply too fast. There was no way he could keep off a sword with just his hands. When he had fought Lin Ming, he had used his own hand to stop Lin Ming's spear shaft, and his hand had almost shattered. If he tried to keep off Jiang Lanjian's sword, then he might as well cut off his own hand. This is the trump card that Jiang Lanjian has. He actually comprehended the concept of wind. If Jiang Lanjian hadn't encountered Lin Ming this time, then how many people would have been able to block his sword skill? This Lin Ming is just too abnormal. If a sword skill like that cannot defeat him, then exactly what can? On the martial stage, Lin Ming was holding his spear as he stood, staring at Jiang Lanjian. The concept of wind is truly endless and crafty in its usage. It is simply traceless. Jiang Lanjian is truly a genius. He managed to simultaneously fuse the concept of wind into his own attack and movements and create his own sword technique. If it wasn't for my fortuitous encounters in the Sorcerer Pagoda, I would have been defeated by this sword. If just Jiang Lanjian is this powerful, then what degree will Jiang Baoyun have arrived at? It seems I mistakenly underestimated the geniuses of the 7 profound valleys. After all, they are 3 or 4 years older than me. Jiang Lanjian's eyes shined brightly. The sword energy was useless against him. That azure true essence that protects Lin Ming is too strong. Not only that, but his body's defensive capabilities are astonishing. I really do not know what is so peculiar about his body, or how he managed to cultivate that azure true essence. If sword energy is useless, then I can only directly attack with my sword. As Jiang Lanjian took a step forwards, the concept of wind rose up again. 7 swords absolute summit. The sword light entered into the wind. This time, Jiang Lanjian chose to directly attack with his sword. Without the strange sword energy, Jiang Lanjian's attack was much clearer. Lin Ming stimulated his azure vibrating true essence, and dispersed Jiang Lanjian's attack with a single spear strike. However, although the attack was repulsed, the sword energy stayed. The sword energy had fused with the concept of wind, it could not be scattered. Whether it was a saber, sword, spear, or any other weapon, none of them were able to cut the wind. As the 2 youths fought, their battle became fiercer and faster, but Lin Ming's heart was becoming increasingly clear. This wind will never disperse, so the sword energy will also not disperse. This way of attacking with the concept of wind. I understand it. Then I'll just have to experience for myself how to fuse the concept of wind into the spear. In a split second when Jiang Lanjian's sword was drawn back, Lin Ming's spear suddenly turned into countless phantom mirages. Flowers in the storm. Out of all the moves in the foundation spear technique, none of them were more suitable to display the concept of wind than flowers in the storm. The spear light fused into the wind, with no shadow and no form. True essence suddenly swelled forth, and the wind on the stage suddenly turned into countless sharp blades that pierced towards Jiang Lanjian. This sudden turn of events caused Jiang Lanjian to cry out in surprise. With a stuffy cough, he anxiously retreated. As he tried to suppress the roiling blood in his body, he cast an incredulous look towards Lin Ming. This is concept of wind. This is impossible. Impossible. Chapter 271 Stealing from a Master. Chapter 271 Stealing from a Master. Chapter 271 Stealing from a Master. Jiang Lanjian's face flashed with bewilderment. Lin Ming had obviously used the concept of wind a moment ago. Not only that, but he was able to faintly feel that Lin Ming's concept of wind boundary was even higher than his own. It was as if he had touched upon the origin of all wind. How was this possible? There was complete silence in the entire area for several breaths of time. Suddenly, the noisy sound of discussion broke the quiet. Lin Ming actually comprehended the concept of wind. How did that happen? The sword faction disciple that had been so haughtily explaining the difficulty in comprehending the concept of wind to everyone around him that would listen, suddenly found himself unable to accept this new reality. In the entire 7 Profound Valleys younger generation, the number of people that could understand a concept could be counted on a single hand, and they had all did so in their later years when they had reached 19 or 20 years of age. But as for Lin Ming, he was a mere 16 years old, and he also came from the pitiful background of the 36 countries. Who had taught him how to comprehend the concept of wind? Had he learnt it himself? Haha. You just said that we 36 countries disciples couldn't comprehend the concept of wind, and look at that. Now what? All of the 36 countries disciples that heard the bragging of the sword faction disciple suddenly felt extremely proud and glorious. Before, they had been talked down to like little country bumpkins who had wandered into a bustling major city, and their hearts had already lit with a simmering fire. Before, they didn't know what a concept of wind was, nor that Lin Ming had also managed to understand it, so they could only shut up as others boasted around them. Now, they could finally come back. Haha, a little pitiful concept of wind, even if the 7 Profound Valleys doesn't have over 5 people that can comprehend it, it's not anything to someone as cool and awesome as Lin Ming. Maybe Lin Ming hadn't even understood the concept of wind, but comprehended it after watching Jiang Lanjian display it. Comprehending this sort of small fry stuff would probably only take Lin Ming half an incense stick of time. Right. Or else why would Lin Ming drag this fight out for so long? The reason is because he was meditating on the concept of wind from Jiang Lanjian's blade. This disciple's wonderful fantasies were immediately approved and welcomed by everyone. In their minds, the concept of wind sounded very powerful, but to the omnipotent Lin Ming, it should be enough just tossing it a few thoughts. It was just absolutely nothing. Hearing this idea spread through the crowd, the Seven Profound Valleys sword faction disciple could only force a smile. He was disinclined to argue with them. Did they think that the concept of wind was some cabbage that they could eat whenever they wanted? In the Grand Hall of the Seven Profound Valleys, several great elders had the feeling that this was something they couldn't immediately accept, even if placed in front of them. They had simply never seen a genius of this level before. If he could actually comprehended a concept, then there was probably nothing else that Lin Ming couldn't. A sword faction great elder lamentably shook his head and said, Lin Ming not only comprehended the concept of wind, but the boundary at which he's done so is very high. Unfortunately, Lanjian's concept of wind was his final trump card, but it's too bad he's only showing off his meager skill in front of a true expert. Shizongtian was silent. Jiang Lanjian was already considered a talent among talents, and the concept of wind was sufficiently powerful to be called one's secret card. What a pity it was that Jiang Lanjian's match was against Lin Ming. As Mu Qinghong looked at the amazing expressions on these old elders' faces, the smile that crossed hers was growing more and more. She felt that Lin Ming was simply an endless trove of treasure. He always brought new and wonderful surprises. Something like the purple flood dragon divine thunder could be said to be obtained by luck or fortune. Individual cultivation could be enhanced by valuable materials or other rare medicines and treasure. But as for Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind, spear skills, and martial intent, all of those depended on his own heart of martial arts and monstrous perception. There was no fortuitous encounter that could ever help him with that. Spear path, concept, martial intent, soul force. Lin Ming had made startling progress in all four of these major aspects. Not only that, but his cultivation could also be considered at the pinnacle of his age, and he also had a high thunder origin energy fusion compatibility. With his mere bone forging cultivation, he had managed to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder, and his body seemed to contain the bloodline of some ancient beast. Lin Ming's existence had already exceeded the limits of common sense. Mu Qinghong secretly thought, even Qianyu hadn't completely understood Lin Ming. He is even more wonderful than she had imagined. My divine Phoenix Island will never let go of a talent like this. On the martial stage, Jiang Lanjian heaved a heavy sigh. Lin Ming, Jiang Lanjian, have never witnessed someone of your talent in my life. I might have already lost this match, but until the final moment, I will not put down my sword. Jiang Lanjian brought his sword in front of him, directed straight at Lin Ming. Good, I also want to enjoy a satisfying battle with you. Lin Ming brightly laughed and then smiled at Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian's words were just what he had hoped for. He also wanted to continue dueling with Jiang Lanjian and attain more inspirations about the concept of wind. Graceful sword. Jiang Lanjian thrust his sword out again, and a strong wind howled around him. Lin Ming's spear had also fused into the wind, and under the blessing of the concept of wind, his spear speed had reached a terrifying degree. One could listen to the sharp cries as the long spear broke through the wind. It seemed as if spear shadows covered the sky. If there was a weakness in Lin Ming's spearmanship, that would be that his attack speed was too slow. But in truth, this really could not be considered a shortcoming. A spear was originally a heavy weapon meant to be used against armies. It emphasized oppressing and overwhelming all opposition by brute strength. It was simply impossible for it to display such an extreme speed like a sword. Therefore, when Lin Ming had been facing Jiang Lanjian's sword light that seemed everywhere, he was only able to rely on his vibrating true essence to fend it off. But now, with the concept of wind behind his back, his spear wasn't actually much slower than Jiang Lanjian's sword. Ding 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 ding. In a few breaths of time, it was unknown how many times Lin Ming and Jiang Lanjian's spear and sword had exchanged blows. Lin Ming's speed hadn't fallen at all. Even the surrounding wind began to fall under Lin Ming's sway, condensing into sharp wind blades that attacked Jiang Lanjian. The elders in the Seven Profound Valleys Grand Hall were becoming more and more flabbergasted as they watched the match go on. They had thought that Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind was at a very high state, but they realized that even they had underestimated him. As this match progressed, Lin Ming was becoming increasingly deft with the concept of wind. It was already far beyond anything Jiang Lanjian could hope to compare with. I can't imagine how he managed to contemplate this. The sword faction's great elder sighed with emotion. To have a 1200 Jin heavy profound soft spear keep up with the speed of a long sword, Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind was simply inconceivable. I feel like, as Lin Ming continues to progress in this match, it seems that Lin Ming is imitating Lanjian's move. Millimeter. As an elder casually spoke his thoughts, all of them became startled. Jiang Lanjian's graceful sword was able to hide the sword blade in the wind. When he did so, Lin Ming also hid his spear in the wind. When Jiang Lanjian condensed blades of wind to attack, so did Lin Ming. When Jiang Lanjian fused the sword energy into the wind so that the wind would not disperse and the sword energy would not disperse, Lin Ming also fused his spear light into the wind. It was almost the exact same process. He is studying Lanjian's styles. Heavens! Did he not comprehend the concept of wind before this, and suddenly comprehended it during this fight against Lanjian? That's impossible, no talent can be like such. He must have comprehended it a long time ago, but didn't have a master to teach him. He was only able to rely on his heaven-defying perception to comprehend the concept of wind, but didn't understand just how to use it to attack. Now, he's found inspiration in Lanjian's sword, and his self-taught concept of wind has already surpassed Lanjian by many degrees. This young boy, it's just too terrifying. On the martial stage, the outcome was already clear to all. Over 90% of the power of wind was sent by Lin Ming. As for Jiang Lanjian, he wasn't even able to muster 10% of the power of wind. Bang! As Jiang Lanjian met Lin Ming's attack, he was forced backwards dozens of feet. He wiped off the blood from the corners of his mouth and put away the long sword in his hand. I admit defeat. Thank you. Lin Ming cupped his hands together in respect. He did not say the more formal and polite well fought, but instead thanked him. This was naturally because in this fight, Jiang Lanjian had taught him much about how to use the concept of wind to attack. The memories of the realm of the God's Supreme Elder was incomparably fragmented. There were very few complete memories. Although Lin Ming was able to comprehend the concept of wind, the memories of the methods of utilization were lost. If it wasn't for Jiang Lanjian, then it would have been a long time before he was able to utilize the concept of wind in different ways. Lin Ming, victory. With the announcement from the referee elder, many of the Seven Profound Valleys disciples gasped together. Jiang Lanjian had also been defeated. Qin Wuxin, who had mastered large success of her zither heart, or Huoyang Luo, who controlled a flame essence, could either of them stop Lin Ming's winning streak? Lin Ming turned around to spot Jiang Baoyun watching him in the midst of the crowd. Jiang Baoyun's two eyes pierced him like twin sword lights. It was impossible not to notice. Jiang Baoyun faintly smiled. Lin Ming also politely returned a smile, but his heart was feeling quite cold. Although Lin Ming had defeated Jiang Lanjian, he didn't feel relaxed at all. In this match, he had already used all of his cards besides Thunderfire Annihilation and the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. He had already shown the Azure True Essence, concept of wind, heretical Godforce, and flow like silk. All these abilities had been used, and yet he had still been injured. Jiang Lanjian's absolute murder breeze blade was too strong. It was not that Lin Ming didn't want to dodge, but that he couldn't. It could be said that if Lin Ming hadn't stolen the method to utilize the concept of wind in attacks and deprived Jiang Lanjian of his control over the wind, then it would have been extremely difficult for him to win the match. Now seeing Jiang Baoyun smile, Lin Ming suddenly remembered that from the start until now, he had never seen an expression of panic, surprise, or astonishment on Jiang Baoyun's face. Maybe this was because Jiang Baoyun had reached large success of his sword heart, but it was most likely because he had absolute belief in his own ability. Regardless of whether it was Mugu Buyu's essence integration, Lin Ming's own hidden cards coming out one after another, or even Huoyan Luo's shocking flame essence, Jiang Baoyun had maintained a tranquil expression through all of it, just like a light spring afternoon. The feeling he gave off was as if everything was in the grasp of his palm. Then, what were Jiang Baoyun's own hidden cards? What did he rely on to be so confident in himself? If Jiang Lanjian, the second-ranked disciple of the sword faction, was already so formidable, then how strong was the direct disciple, Jiang Baoyun? Just what were the limits of his strength? Lin Ming let out a long breath. He realized that his own chances of defeating Jiang Baoyun were not high at all. The Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder was without a doubt an attack with a monstrous attack power. But a battle didn't look at whose attack power was stronger, but rather who could win. In terms of attack power, Jiang Lanjian was still inferior to Zhong Yangzhao. But Zhong Yangzhao could not win against Jiang Lanjian. This was because he would have already lost before he used the Blood King's triple murder. Like this, could he defeat Jiang Baoyun using the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder? The Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder was amazingly strong, but if it could not strike Jiang Baoyun, then it was completely useless. Would Jiang Baoyun's sword be slower than the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder? Could he dodge it? Lin Ming surmised the outcome of the future match in his heart, and realized that as long as Jiang Baoyun's sword speed had reached a certain level, and he comprehended another concept besides the concept of wind, then he would definitely lose. Besides the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder, Lin Ming also had Thunderfire Annihilation. But, because the flame essence was much weaker and thus imbalanced, Thunderfire Annihilation wouldn't be much stronger than the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Not only that, but the consumption of energy was tremendous and it took a long period of time to wind up. The Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder was currently a much more practical move. It looks like I underestimated the 7 Profound Valley's direct disciples. With Jiang Baoyun's talent, he would also be fantastic if placed within a 4th grade sect. Not only that, but he is older than me by 3 years. Chapter 272 The Hero of Our Era. Chapter 272 The Hero of Our Era. Chapter 272 The Hero of Our Era. Jiang Lanjian returned to his own seat and quietly watched Lin Ming. He turned to Jiang Baoyun sitting beside him and said, Lin Ming might join the sword faction in the future. Without accident, he will probably become the next first-ranked disciple of the sword faction, and he might even be the strongest person in the 7 Profound Valley's entire younger generation. Maybe. Jiang Baoyun faintly replied. Aren't you worried? Jiang Lanjian looked into Jiang Baoyun's eyes, hoping to discern something from within them. Why should I be worried? Worried that he might steal your position and take your resources. Right now you are the one with the most potential for growth in the entire 7 Profound Valley's younger generation, and are also a sword faction talent that hasn't been seen in 100 years. Before this, the total faction and sword faction would do whatever it took to raise you. But, if Lin Ming came, what Jiang Lanjian said was the truth. This was what 99 out of 100 people would worry about. In the end, the 7 Profound Valleys had limited resources. Jiang Baoyun laughed. Take my resources? Haha, Lanjian, do you think you can produce a top revolving core master by piling up resources? As Jiang Baoyun said this, Jiang Lanjian froze. He wasn't wrong. One could pile up resources to bring up a pulse condensation martial artist, or even a Hutian realm martial artist. If one were truly desperate, they could waste several dozens of heaven-opening pills in order to create a Xiantian realm master. But there had never been a case of a truly mighty revolving core master being created from any piles of resources. Even if these so-called geniuses wanted to reach the revolving core realm, it would be nigh impossible. Jiang Baoyun said, if a martial artist wholeheartedly expects and desires only resources from the sect, then his heart of martial arts will suffer and waste away. This sort of person will never become anything great. I am a swordsman, and I will only believe in the sword I hold, not the resources that the sect provides me. Much less, the 7 Profound Valleys is only a 3rd grade sect. In terms of resources, who can we compare to? Can we compare to Divine Phoenix Island? Can we compare to Peacock Mountain? When we geniuses are in the pulse condensation period, it is possible that our strength can compare to a normal middle Hutian realm, or even late Hutian realm master. This sounds amazing, but the truth is those Hutian realm masters will be inferior to us for their entire lives. They will never step into the Xiantian realm. After we reach into the Xiantian realm, the only ones that can compare to us will be a Xiantian master. These Xiantian realm masters were also the same as us when they were in the pulse condensation period. They will have the same talent as us. All of us are geniuses. If I'm worried about just this and cannot blossom as a martial artist, then what qualifications do I have to impact the revolving core realm? My goal is clear, and that is to pursue the ultimate sword, to find out what lies at the end of the sword path. I do not fear that others will be my rivals. On the contrary, what I fear is that no one will be my opponent. If one day a peerless talent of Skyspill continent were to appear in front of me, and I were to be able to surpass his shadow, then I will become one of the true heroes of this era. Jiang Baoyun spoke with a manner as if he were looking down on the world. As Jiang Lanjian heard this, he also felt his heart stirring and his emotions surging. Jiang Lanjian's own talent was already quite good, but in comparison to his senior apprentice brother who was about the same age as him, he had always been a step behind. Jiang Lanjian was thoroughly convinced of his strength. He said, "Senior apprentice brother is correct. For us swordsmen, to have a powerful opponent is what we wish for the most." After the match between Lin Ming and Jiang Lanjian, the matches were much quieter. There were no more matches worth paying attention to in the 6th round. During the 7-round, 5th match, Zhong Yangzhao faced off against Fang Qi. Fang Qi once again placed down his 9 circles of blue light arrays, but they were all torn apart by Zhong Yangzhao's Blood King's triple murder. Fang Qi once again suffered a miserable defeat. Fang Qi was just helpless. The disciples of the array faction were best at fighting positional battles, but Zhong Yangzhao's attack power was one of the best among all the contestants. Fang Qi was like a fort, and the Blood King's absolute murder was the heaven-collapsing landslide. In front of this attack, his 9 circles of blue light array were just like fragile eggshells. 8th round, 3rd match. Zhong Yangzhao against Jiang Lanjian. In terms of striking power, Zhong Yangzhao naturally surpassed Jiang Lanjian. However, no matter how strong his attack power was, it was all useless if he couldn't use it. Jiang Lanjian's sword energy turned into a thin line of highly compressed true essence. In a split second, he had sent out several dozen sword strikes. The sword energy weaved out just like a dense net. This sort of highly compressed sword energy was extremely sharp and formidable. It was also extremely difficult to destroy. Jiang Lanjian hadn't used the concept of wind. Even without it, he had already placed Zhong Yangzhao into a very difficult situation. His sword was just like a venomous serpent. Every time, it would pierce through the weak points of Zhong Yangzhao's true essence, and wouldn't give Zhong Yangzhao any chance to condense his true essence. Zhong Yangzhao couldn't use his full strength. Facing the intense hail of sword energy, he was overwhelmed and continuously struck by sword energy. Although he wanted to attack Jiang Lanjian, all he could ever hit was his own shadows. He couldn't even touch the hem of Jiang Lanjian's clothes. Kai. Zhong Yangzhao's arm cuffs and pants were all cleanly sliced off by the sword wind. This was obviously Jiang Lanjian's staying his hand. Otherwise, Jiang Lanjian had the capability to even cut off Zhong Yangzhao's arms and feet. Zhong Yangzhao sighed and placed back his saber. There was no longer any point in continuing this match. Jiang Lanjian had already given him enough face by going easy. If he continued, he would only be disgracing himself. I admit defeat. Well fought. Jiang Lanjian cupped his fists together in respect, and turned around to leave. Although he had struck out with his sword more often, he hadn't used much true essence. As for Zhong Yangzhao, who had been slashing out with massive waves of true essence, he was already panting on the ground. The disparity was too great. Before this battle had even started, Zhong Yangzhao had already speculated that he would most likely lose to Jiang Lanjian. But he hadn't thought that he would lose without being able to force Jiang Lanjian to use the concept of wind. It is how it is. Yangzhao didn't lose without cause. The elders of the Zhong family could only sigh. In the fight between Lin Ming and Jiang Lanjian, they hadn't been able to feel just how strong Jiang Lanjian was. But now that Jiang Lanjian and Zhong Yangzhao fought, the difference in their strength was obvious. Zhong Yangzhao hadn't even been able to force out his opponent's trump card. It was hard to imagine that Lin Ming was able to defeat such a powerhouse that could defeat Zhong Yangzhao without any resistance. 8th round, 10th match. Jiang Baoyun against the puppet faction's second disciple, Mugu Jirong. This match was more or less decided. No one was anxious about it. What was even worse was that Mugu Jirong had lost 3 puppets. Even if all of his puppets were still fully intact, no one believed that Mugu Jirong had any chance of defeating Jiang Baoyun. Jiang Baoyun didn't even bring out his sword. He merely used his sword fingers and was able to break through the true essence protecting Mugu Jirong's body. Jiang Baoyun, victory. When the referee announced this, the entire audience gasped. Although Mugu Jirong's combat power had drastically fallen, for better or for worse he was still the second-ranked disciple of the puppet faction. The puppet faction was not a weak faction, and their second disciple was far superior in combat than the direct disciples of the Array faction and Refiner faction. This could be seen from the match between Mugu Jirong and Hua Yangluo. At the start, Mugu Jirong was able to easily push Hua Yangluo into a corner. It was only when Hua Yangluo suddenly used a flame essence that he won. Otherwise, Mugu Jirong would have inevitably won. But now that formidable Mugu Jirong hadn't even been able to force Jiang Baoyun to bring out his sword. This difference in their strength was simply too great. He's just too strong. From his first match, Jiang Baoyun had never drawn his sword. He only used his sword fingers to sweep away all his opponent. The sword faction was originally the strongest faction in the 7 Profound Valleys, and Jiang Baoyun is the most outstanding talent that the sword faction has seen in the last 100 years. His strength is already beyond the imaginations of people like us. Putting aside Jiang Baoyun, even Jiang Lanjian's talent has already caught up with the sword faction's former direct disciples. Out of the current 7 direct disciples, half of them are inferior to Jiang Lanjian. This could be seen from when Jiang Lanjian had defeated Zhong Yangzhao. He won even without using the concept of wind. Right, the only reason that Jiang Lanjian lost to Lin Ming is because Lin Ming is too strong, not because Jiang Lanjian is weak. I think that Jiang Lanjian will definitely be able to reach the top 6. As for Lin Ming, he might even reach the top 3. When Jiang Baoyun walked down from the stage, he saw Mugu Buyu looking at him with a strange smile, making small jjihe laughing noises. Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu were without a doubt the 2 disciples of this total faction martial meeting that were popular as the ones with the highest chances to become the champion. Ouyang Ming, who had blossomed in glorious splendor during the last martial meeting, was already completely overshadowed by them. Jiang Baoyun, you sure are cruel enough. I want to have a look and see just how long you can hide your sword. Jiang Baoyun hadn't even used his sword to defeat the second-ranked disciple of the puppet faction, causing the puppet faction to lose face. This caused Mugu Buyu to not feel happy at all. Jiang Baoyun smiled and said, I won't be hiding it much longer, but you shouldn't care about me, you should care more about yourself. Against Lin Ming, your little toys might be broken. Lin Ming. Here. You think that I am as useless as that Jiang Lanjian? Mugu Buyu sneered, Jiang Baoyun, when you and I fight, I hope that you will still have some cards in your hand. Otherwise, you won't have the qualifications to force me to use my full strength. Jiang Baoyun only smiled, no longer speaking. Mugu Buyu, who had achieved the essence integration boundary, really was a powerful opponent, but Jiang Baoyun had a faint instinctual feeling that Lin Ming was the greater threat. 9th round, first match. Huan Xiaodai against Mugu Buyu. When the small, cute, and charming Huan Xiaodai stepped on stage with a cheerful smile, the entire audience thought that this would be an extremely fierce battle. Even Lin Ming was closely watching to have a good look at Mugu Buyu's strengths. But no one had imagined that right after the referee announced the start of the match, that Huan Xiaodai would impishly smile and then simply say, I admit defeat. The entire audience was stunned, even Lin Ming was speechless. Even the worst of the 7 direct disciples, Fang Qi, had fought a symbolic battle against Mugu Buyu, causing him to reveal his essence integration boundary. This Huan Xiaodai should at least be stronger than Fang Qi, but she didn't seem to care about the face of a direct disciple at all, instead admitting defeat as soon as she could. The audience was somewhat disappointed that this splendid match didn't come to fruition. However, that disappointment quickly faded as another heavyweight match began. 9th round, 3rd match. Lin Ming against Qin Wuxin. The Zither faction was the most understated and low-key faction of the 7 Profound Valleys. They didn't have many people, but their disciples were not weak. On the contrary, they had many strange and peculiar attack methods that were exceedingly difficult to deal with. Qin Wuxin's personality was also very low-key. Many people only knew that she was young and had reached large success of her Zither heart. But as for just how strong she was, no one was actually clear. Lin Ming also didn't know anything about Qin Wuxin, but he knew approximately what it meant to reach large success of the Zither heart. At first, when Qin Zia had been at the peak of Hutian realm, he had taken a heaven-opening pill in order to break through to the Xiantian realm. But because of a flaw in his Zither heart, he had failed. Afterwards, Qin Zia had gone out exploring the world, traveling to the deep valleys and glens, finally spending a full decade to successfully cultivate large success of his Zither heart. Qin Zia had originally been a musician, and he had very outstanding attainments in Zither skills. If he had not started his cultivation at such a late stage, he most likely would already be at the Xiantian realm. Even so, Qin Zia still used a full 10 years of adventuring to temper his Zither heart to the large success stage. But in comparison to Qin Wuxin, the disparity between them was too great. It was enough to horrify anyone. Chapter 273 Sonic Attack. Chapter 273 Sonic Attack. Chapter 273 Sonic Attack. Lin Ming and Qin Wuxin's match caused the audience to seethe with burning excitement. Qin Wuxin was a very popular and well-known figure within the 7 Profound Valleys. Out of the 7 great direct disciples, 2 were women. One was Qin Wuxin of the Zither faction, and the other was Huan Xiaodai of the Mirage faction. Compared to the small and exquisite, eternally childlike Huan Xiaodai, Qin Wuxin had grown up as a slender and magnificently proportioned woman in all aspects. She was more popular by far. Many of the 7 Profound Valleys disciples had already unconsciously taken Qin Wuxin as their heart's forbidden dream crush. Zither faction disciple Qin Wuxin, please advise. Qin Wuxin stood still on the martial stage, her white gown floating gently around her, her appearance graceful and elegant. Because she had reached large success of her Zither heart, she had a sort of speechless ethereal quality that couldn't be touched upon. She calmly took down the zither on her back and gently waved her long sleeves. The zither suspended itself in front of her in midair, as if it had been placed on an invisible platform. The audience's cheers for Qin Wuxin were like an overwhelming tide that wouldn't end. However, Qin Wuxin only silently played her zither, as she sat there seemingly unaffected by anything else. Sky Fortune Kingdom's Lin Ming, please advise. The first course of action that Lin Ming took was to stimulate the Azure True Essence to protect his body. Lin Ming didn't know much about the Zither faction's types of attacks, so it was best to be overly cautious. As the referee elder announced the start of the match, Qin Wuxin's 10 fingers plucked on the zither strings, and a magnificent melody flowed from them like a sweet spring mountain stream. This melody seemed simple, but Lin Ming felt a trace of true essence dissolved into the notes, as if it could shock the entire martial stage. Although Lin Ming had great confidence in himself, he wouldn't let Qin Wuxin play her weird little zither tunes. He clearly remembered that when Qin Wuxin had fought Jing Chanyu, she had only needed to pluck a few strings in order to shatter Jing Chanyu's Earth Attribute protective barrier as if it was some frozen brittle glass, immediately causing it to burst. Not only that, but Qin Wuxin hadn't even allowed a smidgen of true essence to escape, to the point that Jing Chanyu hadn't even realized that Qin Wuxin had attacked. The young lady of the Zither faction was no weakling. It was also because her nature was to remain low-key, so no one had realized the depth of her skills until now. The heavy profound soft spear came out, and Lin Ming thrust forth straight towards Qin Wuxin's chest. Azure True Essence howled in the air, and the strength of the true dragon endlessly gushed forth, mixing with flow like silk's power of vibration. With these two forces superimposing upon each other, this spear of Lin Ming's was seemingly impossible to resist. Even if it were Jiang Lanjian, he would have to move. Qin Wuxin turned her fingers, and her pinky plucked a string. Suddenly, an invisible sound wave shot forth like an arrow, smashing into Lin Ming's spearpoint. Ji. Lin Ming only felt an extremely high-frequency true essence shock, his heavy profound soft spear, fiercely clashing with the azure true essence. Both true essences contained an extremely powerful vibration. After they impacted, a shrill grating sound rang through the air, just like a sharp knife running across glass. The martial stage's protective light curtain was unable to isolate sound. Many of the lower cultivation disciples on the edges could only cover their eyes and run backwards, their faces pale. Millimeter? A note blocked my spear? Lin Ming was slightly surprised. At that time, although the azure true essence that was contained within his heavy profound soft spear wasn't scattered, the force of vibration was cancelled out. Even if this spear continued forth, it would no longer have the same striking power unless Lin Ming stabbed out again. Qin Wuxin had only let loose a single sonic wave through her note, and she was actually able to keep off his attack. This method of approach was much calmer than Jiang Lanjian. However, Lin Ming knew that the reason Qin Wuxin could do this was not because she was stronger than Jiang Lanjian, but because her sound waves contained an intense vibration. This was the same result as flow like silk from a different method. In truth, a sound wave was simply a vibration in the air. If one were to pour true essence into this sound wave, the true essence would naturally vibrate along with the sound wave, and the frequency of vibration could be changed depending on the intensity of the sonic wave. It's not that my azure true essence lost, but my flow like silk lost to Qin Wuxin's power of vibration. Qin Wuxin's musical note wasn't able to scatter the endless azure true essence, but it was able to directly counter the azure true essence's vibration. This caused Lin Ming to be extremely startled. There were many missing sections of flow like silk from the memory fragment of that supreme elder. Lin Ming was only able to deduce and comprehend the training method for flow like silk after meditating over the body-tearing bone-shattering fist for a long time. It had already been half a year since then, and his progress to reaching the next boundary was extremely slow. And today, his flow like silk actually lost to Qin Wuxin's music, which contained the force of vibration. The audience saw Qin Wuxin force back Lin Ming with a single note, and all of them suddenly went into a rabid frenzy. All of Qin Wuxin's many supporters began to cheer at the top of their lungs, shouting out supportive messages to Qin Wuxin, wanting her to end Lin Ming's winning streak. Qin Wuxin ignored all of the audience's deafening cheers as if she didn't hear them. During this short fight, even she had been shocked. The vibrations of her zither music had always been able to go everywhere. They could penetrate any defense and destroy all. When Qin Wuxin had gone out adventuring to temper her zither heart, she had met many high-level vicious beasts that were entirely covered in armor, and yet she had only needed a single note to easily slay them. But now, her zither music had penetrated into Lin Ming's long spear, yet hadn't been able to scatter his true essence. She had only barely managed to counter his attack. No wonder Jiang Lanjian had lost under his hand. Qin Wuxin spread back her flowing silk sleeves, and a gentle sound emitted from the zither strings, directly hitting Lin Ming. This sonic wave attack was invisible with no form. By the time one heard the sound, they were already under attack. This was the first time that Lin Ming had faced this sort of invisible attack, and he was caught off guard. The azure true essence in his body was violently agitated, and Lin Ming gave a smothered cough, retreating a few steps as the blood in his body surged. Good weird attack. If Lin Ming had ordinary true essence protecting him instead of the azure true essence, he might have already been crushed by that single note. But even with the azure true essence, it could still only withstand 2 or 3 more of these attacks in such a short time. If it took any more, his true essence protection would break. When that time came, Lin Ming would have to face Qin Wuxin's sonic wave attacks with his bare body. Although Lin Ming's body was physically tough, it still wasn't as tough as a high-level vicious beast. And even a high-level vicious beast that came under assault from this sound wave attack would crumble apart. The outcome could be imagined once Lin Ming lost the protection of his true essence. Qin Wuxin's delicate eyebrows furrowed together. Her sound attack had actually been calmly met and taken by Lin Ming. The formidability of his defensive power had surpassed her imagination. Her 10 fingers flashed atop the zither and a series of notes howled forth. This was a full-on invisible mass attack. In the audience, Ouyang Ming's eyes jumped as he saw this. The zither faction's attack methods were too strange. Even if he was the one that was to face Qin Wuxin on the martial stage, this match would give him an incomparable headache. This sort of attack was invisible and formless, and was just too difficult to defend against. Not only that, but every sound wave contained a powerful attack power. Once hit, even one's internal organs would be damaged. How would Lin Ming respond to this? It wasn't just Ouyang Ming who wanted to know, but also the many elders of the 7 profound valleys were looking at Lin Ming with anticipation from the Grand Hall. They wanted to see just how he would deal with this. It was very obvious that this was Lin Ming's first time facing off against someone from the zither faction. Otherwise, when he faced Qin Wuxin's attacks a moment ago, he wouldn't have just stood there without any reaction. In the Grand Hall, an old woman was smiling, her grin spreading cheek to cheek. She was the zither faction's sovereign, and was also Qin Wuxin's master. These past years, Jiang Baoyun had stood in the spotlight, completely overshadowing the accomplishments of all the other direct disciples. It wasn't wrong to call Jiang Baoyun the sword faction's greatest talent that they had seen in the last 100 years. After all, Jiang Baoyun's talent spoke for itself. But as for Qin Wuxin, she was also a rare genius of the zither faction. It was only because she had been spending all her years wandering the deep valleys and adventuring to temper her zither heart that she had been relatively unknown. For an 18-year-old to reach large success of her zither heart was rare throughout the entirety of the zither faction's history. Ding ding ding. The clear stream-like sound was like beads falling on a jade plate. Lin Ming had already experienced that sonic attack once before. He wasn't going to sit there like an idiot and suffer it again. His powerful soul force penetrated into the air. The concept of wind began. A sound wave attack was in the end a sound, and all of these zither melodies needed to be transmitted through air vibrations. Lin Ming was able to integrate his awareness into the wind, and by sensing the wind, he could subtly control all hidden dangers in the air. In the moment that the sonic wave attacked, Lin Ming struck back, flowers in the storm. Once the concept of wind was fused into the heavy profound soft spear, it was several times faster than before. Each and every note was accurately pierced to pieces by Lin Ming. Millimeter. The eyes of the elders that had been carefully observing the martial stage suddenly revealed an incredible look, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. A sound wave attack was invisible and formless. When most martial artists faced this sonic wave, they would do everything they could to draw as close to their opponent as possible and make it a close-range fight. If they could rush to their opponent's side, then they had basically won. After all, there were very few sound-based martial artists that were skilled in close-range combat. If one only defended against the long-range attacks of a sound-based martial artist, then they were basically waiting to lose. This was because it was exceedingly difficult to detect the patterns of attack. But now they saw Lin Ming on the martial stage, accurately crushing each note with a spear thrust without missing a single one. This left everyone staring, befuddled. In particular, the female students of the zither faction had preposterous expressions, as if they had gone crazy. All of them were clear on just how strong Qin Wuxin was. Of course, Lin Ming wasn't weak. If Lin Ming was able to close in on Qin Wuxin and defeat her, they wouldn't have been surprised, but Lin Ming wasn't even thinking of closing in on her, instead constantly defending against Qin Wuxin's attacks. They had been in the zither faction for so many years, and yet they had never seen a zither faction disciple's fight be like this. What the hell was this Lin Ming? Was he a bat? Isn't a sound wave invisible and formless? How is Lin Ming deflecting Qin Wuxin's attacks? An elder asked with an inconceivable tone. Concept of wind. Shizongtian said. Those sound waves must pass through the wind. Lin Ming is able to capture every note through the concept of wind, and then quickly react. But to do this requires an extremely formidable soul force foundation. Currently, out of all the disciples present, only Lin Ming can achieve this. Shizongtian was right, even Jiang Lanjian didn't have this ability. Although he was also proficient in the concept of wind, his soul force was too lacking. He didn't have the massive soul force and control needed to permeate it through the wind and perceive the feeling of the situation. But I'm confused. I wonder what this Lin Ming is thinking. Since he can block the sonic wave attacks, why doesn't he rush over to Qin Wuxin? An elder shook his head. He thought that since this was Lin Ming's first time facing off against a martial artist from the Zither faction, his experience was lacking and he probably hadn't even thought of this point. Shi Zongtian remained silent. He knew that Lin Ming was young, but it was wrong for anyone to think that he lacked combat experience. Lin Ming was able to instantly come up with a plan to resist the Zither music attacks by combining the concept of wind with his soul force. This clearly illustrated his inventiveness and adaptability. If Lin Ming decided not to rush into close range, he inevitably had other plans. But just what were these plans? Chapter 274 Insight. Chapter 274 Insight. Chapter 274 Insight. Profound Wind 8 Melodies. Qin Wuxin's delicate hands harshly gripped down on the strings, and a suddenly shrill and plaintive sound came from the zither, as if silk cloth was being torn apart. 8 unique zither melodies shot out at the same time. These melodies were not separate attacks, but rather harmoniously blended within each other, their sounds resonating and suppressing each other at the same time, reflecting endlessly. The complex melodies were constantly transforming, endlessly changing, filled with layer upon layer of murderous intent, invisible and without form. This was Qin Wuxin's first time using such an attack at the Total Faction Martial Meeting. Before this match, she had only used several sonic wave attacks to sufficiently defeat all of her enemies. Profound Wind 8 Melodies. The young girls of the Zither faction saw Qin Wuxin display this technique, and all of them began to smolder with elation. This was one of the Zither faction's ultimate skills, the core cultivation method among all core cultivation method. Of course, they would never have the good fortune to learn a cultivation method of such rank. In fact, with their talent, it was useless for them to study this even if given to them. They would simply be wasting their time. The Profound Wind 8 Melodies was an offensive skill that the Zither faction's founder had found in some ancient ruins. This skill contained an incomparably formidable attack power, and now seeing Qin Wuxin use this ability, the young girls of the Zither faction stared with wide eyes and opened ears, lest they miss even a single detail. In their view, Qin Wuxin was the pinnacle of talent. The difficulty of using the power of the Profound Wind's 8 melodies was beyond their imagination. If the opponent was to storm them, they would have no chance to do so. But once used, this technique truly swept away all opposition. Even the Profound Wind 8 melodies been used, Wuxin has really encountered a formidable opponent this time. The Zither faction's old woman's face was very somber. This little punk called Lin Ming was too difficult to deal with. He was able to completely understand the attack patterns of the invisible sonic waves. However, the Profound Wind 8 melodies was ever-changing and contained abstract principles within. When she was young, she had defeated many masters and experts with the Profound Wind 8 melodies. Wuxin has already cultivated the Profound Wind 8 melodies to 70% proficiency. I want to see just how this little punk will stop this. Thinking this, the old woman's cracked face revealed a coldly shrewd smile. At this time, Lin Ming's heart was calm and tranquil. He had already sensed through the concept of wind the 8 murderous intents that were hidden in the air. Although the Profound Wind 8 melodies was incomparably enigmatic, its name still contained the word wind. As long as it had to pass through the air, Lin Ming was able to sense every change of the notes through the concept of wind. At this moment, Lin Ming closed his eyes. Facing this all-encompassing sound attack, vision had already lost all meaning. Even his sense of hearing was useless, because once he heard the sounds of the zither melody, the attack would already have arrived. Under the support of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming instantly entered into a deep state of concentration. A powerful soul force surged out in 8 directions like a massive octopus. At this time, Lin Ming had cut off all 5 of his senses, and he could no longer see or hear. But Lin Ming's soul force perception had risen to a terrifying degree. Every slight fluctuation in the surrounding atmosphere was completely under his control. All 8 of these melodies were meticulously grasped by Lin Ming. First melody. A slow vibration frequency, it was just like the low and deep waves of the absolute ocean. Second melody. The vibration frequency was a bit faster, it was like the clarion song of birds. Third melody. A slight vibration, it was difficult to detect. It was like the sounds of insects chirping at night. Fourth melody. An intense vibration, like the terrifying sound of earthquakes and landslides. Eighth melody. The frequency was fast, and the vibration was strong. It was like a silver vase being broken for the first time, it was like a knife cutting down on crystal clear ice. These 8 melodies were all different. They collided, resonated, reflected, supported, suppressed, endless variation. If the frequency was different, then the power of vibration was different. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. The power of vibration actually contained such a law within. Instantly, 8 spears thrust out. Each spear contained a different frequency and a different vibrating intensity of true essence. Each spear corresponded with a different melody, pa 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 pa. At the same time, the 8 sounds appeared in the air. Every sound was light, as if it were a small firework fizzling away. This was completely different from that sharp grating sound from the first impact. What? The surrounding martial artists were astonished to the point of staring with slack-jawed expressions, especially those young girls of the Zither faction who understood just how powerful the profound Wind 8 melodies truly was. They had an expression of absolute disbelief, they simply could not believe what Lin Ming had done. If Lin Ming had simply destroyed all of Qin Wuxin's melodies, then they wouldn't be too surprised. After all, Lin Ming had defeated even Jiang Lanjian. But now, Lin Ming had thrust out 8 spears, and spotlessly nullified the profound Wind 8 melodies. This was just beyond the scope of their understanding. The 8 melodies had endless variations. It was a cultivation method that was found in an ancient ruin. How could it be so easy to decipher? The one with the most intense and violent reaction was the sovereign of the Zither faction. The face of this 200-year-old woman instantly changed on scene, and she immediately stood up. This is impossible. The Zither faction sovereign had extraordinary eyesight. A normal martial artist would only know that Lin Ming had solved the profound Wind 8 melodies, but didn't know the specific process. But the Zither faction sovereign was able to clearly see this entire process. Lin Ming had thrust out 8 spears, and each spear contained a different implicit true essence. Each spear perfectly corresponded to all 8 different melodies, but even the Zither faction sovereign didn't know what technique Lin Ming used so that his true essence was able to perfectly counterbalance the melodies without any sound flowing out at all. There was only a small grating sound, it was just like Qin Wuxin's Zither music had disappeared into thin air. This little punk. In that split second he was able to deduce the profound principles contained within the melody. This is obviously his first time encountering the profound Wind 8 melodies, so how could he possibly be aware of this? He broke my Zither faction's core cultivation method. How is this possible? The Zither faction sovereign was simply unable to accept this truth. To her, the profound Wind 8 melodies was the highest cultivation method within the Zither faction, and yet, it had been broken apart by a 16-year-old boy in a single move. This was simply as if her own faith were collapsing before her. Several surrounding elders saw the Zither faction sovereign's crazy reaction and didn't know why. They simply didn't understand the intricacies of the sonic waves and didn't know the mysteries of the vibrations. Sovereign Qin, what has caused you to lose your composure? Shizongtian slowly asked. The Zither faction sovereign's face sank like a stone in water. She clenched her teeth and sat down without replying. She didn't want to commend nor congratulate Lin Ming for his amazing perception, that was equal to slapping her Zither faction in the face through another way. Shizongtian faintly smiled. Although he didn't understand the mysteries behind the music, he was able to guess that Lin Ming had caused Sovereign Qin to react in this manner. To cause this old bag to react so coarsely was not easy at all. Things were becoming more and more interesting. On the martial stage, Qin Wuxin had finally lost that light and ethereal temperament as if she were floating on wind. She had poured her true essence into that Zither music, No one knew better than her just what happened a moment ago. Lin Ming had thrust out his vibrating true essence with 8 spears, and each spear contained a latent true essence vibration and frequency. These happened to collide with her melodies, causing both to mutually disappear. How had he managed to achieve this? Qin Wuxin felt her own eyelashes inadvertently trembling. She wanted to reach out and stroke her zither, but as her hands reached halfway she suddenly stopped. She found that Lin Ming was standing still, not noticing anything around him at all and dead to the world, as if he had entered some strange state. Sudden enlightenment. After some martial artists suddenly understood a law, it was possible that they would enter into a state of sudden enlightenment. This state would last for several dozen breaths of time, and during that time period, their own cultivation, soul force, and comprehension of concepts would grow by leaps and bounds. This extremely wonderful and marvelous state was beyond rare. It could only be discovered and not sought. One had to experience a moment of true serendipity. Many masters had reached the Xiantian realm or even the revolving core realm without ever having experienced a sudden enlightenment. Qin Wuxin understood this state because she too had once experienced it. It was a lucky chance that she had slipped into this state while she was adventuring through the deep valleys to temper her zither heart. After sitting in meditation for 3 days and 3 nights, she had spontaneously entered into sudden enlightenment. After waking up, her zither heart had reached large success. There were very few 18-year-olds in the entire history of the zither faction that had reached large success of the zither heart. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to use the profound Wind 8 melodies. Sudden enlightenment was a condition that all martial artists yearned for in their dreams. It could occur anywhere and anytime. But once one was interrupted, then this state would also end. Qin Wuxin hesitated, and finally she withdrew her hand. She calmly waited for Lin Ming to complete his sudden enlightenment. She sighed in her heart, and let out a long breath. This young man's lucky opportunities and talent could really make anyone mad with jealousy. He was strong to such a degree, and he also had amazing combat insight. Perhaps even Jiang Baoyun and Mugu Buyu would find it difficult to suppress a talent like this. This time, Lin Ming's sudden enlightenment originated from his understanding of the law of vibrations. Sound was only one kind of vibration, but vibration was the source of all sound. Zither faction disciples were skilled and well-versed in sound waves and their use, but that was only in sound. In terms of understanding vibration, they were far inferior to Lin Ming. After cultivating flow like silk for such a long time, Lin Ming was able to faintly trace upon the source of all vibrations. This was the so-called concept of vibration. It was what Lin Ming had suddenly become aware of after being inspired by Qin Wuxin's profound Wind 8 melodies. This understanding had allowed Lin Ming to have almost perfect control of the vibration of his true essence and the intensity of the frequency, causing the profound Wind 8 melodies to disappear. Those melodies had directly vanished, only leaving behind a small, dull, grating sound. Otherwise, it would have been like the first time that his spear had met Qin Wuxin's soundwave. The soundwave energy would erupt and cause a high-pitched grating sound. So that's how it is. When the vibration frequency is the same, but the direction is completely opposite, then the two vibrations will cancel each other out without a trace left. On the other hand, if the vibration frequencies are the same, and the direction is also the same, then the vibrations will superimpose upon each other, and become stronger. Lin Ming's heart was speaking to itself. The vibrating true essence within his body began to shake as it started to split up, differentiating from each other. In that moment every vibrating true essence filament divided into 2, 5,000 filaments turned into 10,000. Hua! Lin Ming suddenly opened both his eyes. At this time, there seemed to be thunder flashing within his pupils. In those trivial 10 breaths' time of sudden enlightenment, Lin Ming's soul force had soared to another level, and his true essence had substantially grown. His peak bone forging cultivation began to completely overflow. It started to independently flow into his own meridians. Lin Ming's meridians had long ago linked up by luck when he had absorbed the purple flood dragon divine thunder. It was only because of Mu Qianyu's warning that had given Lin Ming pause. The reason that Lin Ming had connected his meridians was because he had used the power of thunder, and was by no means through his own true essence. If he had broken through to the pulse condensation period because of that, then his foundation would have been shaky. Therefore Lin Ming decided not to forcefully break through, but instead wait until his bone-forging true essence accumulated to the point where it would naturally overflow. When this happened, that true essence would spontaneously flow into his meridians and create the most solid of foundations. Because he had been forcefully suppressing his true essence so that it didn't flow into his meridians, everyone, including Qin Zia, hadn't noticed that Lin Ming's meridians had already linked up. Now that his true essence was finally overflowing, all Lin Ming had to do was sit in meditation for an evening and consolidate his cultivation. At that point, he would officially enter into the early pulse condensation period. This boy, it seems he made a breakthrough? Shizongtian was startled. This was no trivial matter. Even within Divine Phoenix Island, it would be rare for a 16-year-old to break through to the pulse condensation period. Breakthrough? Humph. It's only bone-forging true essence overflowing. The bottleneck between the bone-forging stage and pulse condensation period isn't too big or too small, but you still have to connect your meridians and open them. How could it be so quick? The zither faction old woman curled her lips in disdain. There seemed to be more and more miracles happening with Lin Ming, making her increasingly unhappy. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.